नमस्कार।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय मंत्रीगण, तकनीकी एवं उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधिगण, स्टार्टअप, एकेडमिया, सिविल सोसाइटी के प्रतिनिधिगण, विभागों के सचिव, विशेषज्ञ, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आज के पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। वेबिनार का शीर्षक है अनलीशिंग द पोटेंशियल, ईज ऑफ लिविंग यूजिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, यानी प्रौद्योगिकी का उपयोग कर जीवन को बेहतर बनाना। पिछले कुछ सालों में डिजिटल इंडिया ने देश के सामान्य नागरिक के जीवन को बेहतर बनाने में उत्कृष्ट कार्य किया है। इस वर्ष के बजट में भी प्रौद्योगिकी का समुचित उपयोग कर सामान्य मानव के जीवन को ज्यादा से ज्यादा बेहतर बनाने के उद्देश्य से कई योजनाओं और कार्यक्रमों की घोषणाएं की गई हैं। इनमें इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, विशेष रूप से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, 5G, प्रयोगशाला में विकसित डायमंड्स, डेटा गवर्नेंस और इनोवेशन, अनुसंधान और विकास जैसे हैं। ई कोर्ट्स प्लेटफॉर्म, न्याय की सुविधा, ऑटोमेटिक एड्रेस अपडेट सुविधा से जनमानस की परेशानी को कम किया जा सकता है। एंटिटी डिजी लॉकर के उपयोग से व्यावसायिक संस्थाओं को पेपरलेस बनाने पर जोर दिया जाएगा। कॉमन बिजनेस आइडेंटिफायर, यूनिफाइड फाइलिंग प्रोसेस, विवाद से विश्वास जैसे कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से विशेष रूप से छोटे व्यवसायियों को और उनके कार्यों को आसान किया जा सकेगा। इनके इफेक्टिव और टाइम बाउंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पर आज इस वेबिनार में चर्चा की जाएगी। अब मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से मार्गदर्शन की प्रार्थना करता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
नमस्कार। नेशनल साइंस डे पर हो रहे आज के बजट वेबिनार का विषय बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। 21वीं सदी का बदलता हुआ भारत अपने नागरिकों को टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत से लगातार नागरिकों को एम्पावर कर रहा है। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार के हर बजट में टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से देशवासियों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ाने पर जोर दिया गया है। इस बार के बजट में भी टेक्नोलॉजी, लेकिन साथ साथ ह्यूमन टच को प्राथमिकता, ये हमारा प्रयास हुआ रहा है। साथियों, एक जमाना था जब हमारे देश में सरकार की प्राथमिकताओं में बहुत ज्यादा विरोधाभास नजर आता था। समाज का एक वर्ग ऐसा था जो चाहता था कि उनके जीवन में हर कदम पर सरकार का कोई न कोई इंटरवेंशन हो, सरकार का प्रभाव हो, यानी सरकार उनके लिए कुछ न कुछ करे। लेकिन पहले की सरकारों के समय इस वर्ग ने हमेशा अभाव ही महसूस किया। अभाव में जिंदगी जूझने में ही निकल जाती थी। समाज में ऐसे लोगों का भी वर्ग था, ये दूसरे प्रकार का था, जो स्वयं के सामर्थ्य से आगे बढ़ना चाहता था। लेकिन पहले की सरकारों के समय ये वर्ग भी हमेशा दबाव, सरकारी दखल, भांति भांति की रुकावटें डगर डगर पर महसूस करता रहा। हमारी सरकार के बीते कुछ वर्षों के प्रयासों से अब यह स्थिति बदलने लगी है। आज सरकार की नीतियां और निर्णयों का सकारात्मक प्रभाव हर उस जगह देखने को लगा है जिसकी सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है। हमारा प्रयास हर गरीब और वंचित के जीवन को आसान बना रहा है, उनकी ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहा है। लोगों के जीवन में सरकार का दखल और दबाव भी कम हो रहा है। आज लोग सरकार को रास्ते की रुकावट नहीं मानते हैं, बल्कि लोग हमारी सरकार को नए अवसरों के कैटालिस्ट के तौर पर देखते हैं और निश्चित तौर पर इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। आप देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी वन नेशन वन राशन कार्ड का आधार बनी और इससे करोड़ों गरीबों को पारदर्शिता से राशन मिलना सुनिश्चित हुआ। और दूसरे, जो प्रवासी मजदूर होते हैं, जो माइग्रेंट लेबरर्स होते हैं, उनके लिए तो एक बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद बन गया। टेक्नोलॉजी जनधन अकाउंट, आधार और मोबाइल, इन तीनों के कारण करोड़ों गरीबों के बैंक खातों में सीधे पैसा भेजना संभव हुआ। उसी प्रकार से टेक्नोलॉजी आरोग्य सेतु और कोविन ऐप उसका एक महत्वपूर्ण साधन बनी और इससे कोरोना के दौरान ट्रेसिंग और वैक्सीनेशन में बड़ी मदद मिली। हम देखते हैं आज टेक्नोलॉजी ने रेलवे रिजर्वेशन को और आधुनिक बनाया और सामान्य से सामान्य मानवी को इसमें कितना बड़ा सिरदर्द दूर हो गया। कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर का नेटवर्क भी गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति को टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से सरकारी सेवाओं के बड़ी आसानी से जोड़ रहा है। ऐसे अनेक फैसले लेकर हमारी सरकार ने देशवासियों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ाई है। साथियों, आज भारत का हर नागरिक इस बदलाव को स्पष्ट तौर पर महसूस कर रहा है कि अब सरकार के साथ संवाद करना कितना आसान हो गया है। यानी सरकार तक देशवासी आसानी से अपनी बात पहुंचा रहे हैं और उसका समाधान भी उन्हें तुरंत मिल रहा है। जैसे टैक्स से संबंधित शिकायतें पहले बहुत ज्यादा होती थी और उसके कारण उसके माध्यम से टैक्स पेयर्स को कई तरीके से परेशान किया जाता था। इसलिए हमने टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से टैक्स की पूरी प्रक्रिया को फेसलेस कर दिया। अब आपकी शिकायतों और उसके निपटारे के बीच कोई व्यक्ति नहीं, सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी है। ये मैंने आपको एक उदाहरण दिया है, लेकिन दूसरे विभागों में भी टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से हम ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से समस्याओं का समाधान कर सकते हैं। अलग अलग विभाग अपनी सेवाओं को ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड का बनाने के लिए मिलकर टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। इससे एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए हम उन क्षेत्रों की भी पहचान कर सकते हैं जहां सरकार से संवाद को और आसान बनाया जा सकता है। साथियों, आप जानते हैं कि हम मिशन कर्मयोगी के द्वारा सरकारी कर्मचारियों को ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। इस ट्रेनिंग के पीछे हमारा उद्देश्य यही है कि कर्मचारियों का सिटीजन सेंट्रिक बनाया जाए। इस ट्रेनिंग कोर्स को अपडेट करते रहने की जरूरत है, लेकिन इसका बेहतर परिणाम तभी मिलेगा जब इसमें बदलाव लोगों के फीडबैक के आधार पर हो। हम एक ऐसा सिस्टम तैयार कर सकते हैं जिससे ट्रेनिंग कोर्स को बेहतर बनाने के लिए लोगों के सुझाव मिलते रहें। साथियों, टेक्नोलॉजी हर किसी तक सही और सटीक इंफॉर्मेशन पहुंचाकर सबको आगे बढ़ने का समान अवसर दे रही है। हमारी सरकार टेक्नोलॉजी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए बड़े पैमाने पर इन्वेस्ट कर रही है। हम भारत में आधुनिक डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार कर रहे हैं। साथ ही ये भी सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि डिजिटल क्रांति का फायदा समाज के हर वर्ग तक पहुंचे। आज जेम पोर्टल जेम पोर्टल ने दूर दराज के छोटे दुकानदार या रेहड़ी पटरी वालों को भी ये अवसर दिया है कि वो सरकार को सीधे अपना प्रोडक्ट बेच सके। ई नाम ने किसानों को अलग अलग जगहों के खरीदारों से जुड़ने का अवसर दिया है। अब किसान एक ही जगह रहते हुए अपनी उपज का सबसे अच्छा मूल्य पा सकते हैं। साथियों, आजकल 5G और AI की चर्चा तो काफी दिनों से हो रही है। ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि इंडस्ट्री, मेडिसिन, एजुकेशन, एग्रीकल्चर और तमाम सेक्टर में बड़े बदलाव आने वाले हैं। लेकिन अब हमें अपने लिए कुछ विशेष लक्ष्य तय करने होंगे। वो कौन से तरीके हैं जिससे इस टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग सामान्य मानवीय की बेहतरी के लिए किया जा सकता है? वो कौन से सेक्टर्स हैं जिन पर हमें ज्यादा ध्यान देने की जरूरत है? क्या हम समाज की 10 ऐसी समस्याओं की पहचान कर सकते हैं जिनका समाधान AI के माध्यम से हो सकता है? जब हम हैकेथॉन करते हैं, देश के नौजवानों के सामने टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा सॉल्यूशन की बात करते हैं, लाखों नौजवान जुड़ते हैं और बहुत अच्छे सॉल्यूशन देते हैं। साथियों, टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से हम हर व्यक्ति के लिए डिजी लॉकर की सुविधा लेकर आए हैं। अब डिजी लॉकर फॉर एंटिटीज की सुविधा है। यहां कंपनियां, MSME अपनी फाइलों को स्टोर कर सकते हैं और उसे विभिन्न रेगुलेटर्स और सरकारी विभागों के साथ साझा कर सकते हैं। डिजी लॉकर के कंसेप्ट को और विस्तार देने की जरूरत है। हमें देखना होगा कि और किस तरीके से लोगों तक इसका फायदा पहुंचाया जा सकता है। साथियों, पिछले कुछ वर्षों में हमने MSME को सपोर्ट करने के लिए कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं। इस बात पर मंथन की जरूरत है कि भारत के लघु उद्योगों को बड़ी कंपनी बनने में कौन-कौन सी बाधाएं आती हैं। हम छोटे व्यवसायों और छोटे उद्योगों के लिए कंप्लायंस कॉस्ट को कम करना चाहते हैं। आप जानते हैं कि बिजनेस में कहा जाता है कि टाइम इज मनी, इसलिए कंप्लायंस में लगने वाले समय की बचत का मतलब है कंप्लायंस कॉस्ट की बचत। अगर आप अनावश्यक कंप्लायंसेस की लिस्ट बनाना चाहते हैं तो यही सही समय है, क्योंकि हम पहले ही 40,000 कंप्लायंसेस खत्म कर चुके हैं। साथियों, सरकार और लोगों के बीच विश्वास की कमी गुलामी की मानसिकता का परिणाम है। लेकिन आज छोटी गलतियों को डीक्रिमिनलाइज करके और MSME लोन के गारंटर के तौर पर सरकार ने लोगों का भरोसा जीता है। लेकिन हमें रुकना नहीं है। हमें ये भी देखना होगा कि दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में समाज के साथ विश्वास मजबूत करने के लिए क्या किया गया है। हम उनसे सीखकर अपने देश में भी वैसे प्रयास कर सकते हैं। साथियों, बजट या किसी सरकारी पॉलिसी की सफलता कुछ हद तक इस बात पर निर्भर करती है कि उसे कितने अच्छे तरीके से तैयार किया गया है, लेकिन इससे ज्यादा उसे लागू करने का तरीका महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसमें लोगों का सहयोग बहुत अहम है। मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के इनपुट से ईज ऑफ लिविंग को और ज्यादा बढ़ावा मिलेगा। और मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि हम ये कहते हैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाना, जीरो डिफेक्ट जीरो इफेक्ट, ये हमारे लिए प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। हमारी क्वालिटी में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होना चाहिए और उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत मदद कर सकती है। हम टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से प्रोडक्शन में बहुत बारीकियों तक, बहुत ही फिनिश वे में प्रोडक्ट लेकर के आ सकते हैं और तभी ग्लोबल मार्केट हम कैप्चर कर सकते हैं। हमने इस बात को स्वीकार करना होगा कि 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है। जीवन में टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रभाव बहुत बढ़ने वाला है। हम सिर्फ अपने आप को इंटरनेट और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी तक सीमित न रखें। उसी प्रकार से जैसे आज ऑप्टिकल फाइबर नेटवर्क गांव-गांव पहुंच रहा है, पंचायत तक पहुंचेगा, वेलनेस सेंटर पहुंचेगा, टेलीमेडिसिन चलेगी, इवन हेल्थ सेक्टर भी पूरी तरह टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन हो रहा है। आज देश बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में, जैसे डिफेंस में हम बहुत कुछ आयात करते हैं, हम हेल्थ में भी बहुत कुछ आयात करते हैं। क्या मेरे देश के उद्योग जगत के लोग टेक्नोलॉजी में अपग्रेडेशन करके उस दिशा में नहीं जा सकते हैं? और इसलिए अब जैसे ऑप्टिकल फाइबर गांव-गांव पहुंच रहा है, जब तक प्राइवेट पार्टी सेवाएं लेने के लिए नहीं आती है, नए-नए सॉफ्टवेयर लेकर के नहीं आते हैं, सामान्य नागरिक उस ऑप्टिकल फाइबर से क्या सेवाएं ले सकता है, क्या फायदा उठा सकता है, उसके मॉडल को हम डेवलप कर सकते हैं। और हम सब कुछ में जन भागीदारी चाहते हैं। सरकार को ही सब ज्ञान है, ये न हमारी सोच है, न हमारा दावा है। और इसलिए आप सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स से मेरा बहुत आग्रह है कि आप 21वीं सदी जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सदी है, उसको हम जितना जल्दी फैलाएं, जितना जल्दी सरल बनाएं, जितना जल्दी जन सामान्य को एम्पावर करने वाला बनाएं, उतना देश का भी, लोगों का भी कल्याण होने वाला है। और 2047 में विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में टेक्नोलॉजी हमें बहुत बड़ी ताकत देती है। और हम भाग्यवान हैं कि भारत के पास नेचुरल गिफ्ट है, हमारे पास टैलेंटेड यूथ है, स्किल मैन पावर है और भारत के गांव के लोगों को भी टेक्नोलॉजी का एडॉप्शन की कैपेबिलिटी बहुत बड़ी है। हम कैसे इसका फायदा उठाएं, मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोग विस्तार से इसकी चर्चा करें, बारीकियों से चर्चा करें और जो बजट आया है उसका उत्तम से उत्तम आउटकम कैसे हो, उसका उत्तम से उत्तम लाभ लोगों तक कैसे पहुंचे, इस पर आपकी चर्चा जितनी गहन होगी, ये बजट सार्थक होगा। मैं आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, sir. And now we'll be beginning the plenary session at 10:30, sir. So I request you to join through the Zoom. We'll be connecting to that. Thank you, sir.
हेलो सर, आई एम ऑडिबल?
Yes, yes.
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, sir. Honorable Minister for Electronics and IT, Ashwini Vaishnav, sir. Honorable Minister for Law and Justice, Kiran Rijiju, sir. Honorable Minister of State for Law and Justice, Mr. SPS Baghel. Distinguished ministers, distinguished delegates, dons of the industry, welcome back to the first plenary session, which is starting now. I'm so overwhelmed with the response that has come in today's webinar, and I would like to thank each one of you for such a overwhelming response. Now, with I'll just give the introductory remarks for about 5 minutes. There is a small presentation. And after that, we have a list of distinguished speakers from the industry who will be talking about different topics before we move into the breakout session. So we'll begin the presentation. We may begin the slides, please. Yeah, slide mode. Slide mode. Hold this. We may go in the slide mode, please. So in this slide, we have got 5 speakers who will be speaking in the opening session, beginning with me. I'll just give an introductory remark for about 5 minutes, which will be followed by Ms. Devjani Ghosh. She will be talking about ease of living, using technology for access. That will be followed by Justice A. Muhammad Mustaq from the High Court of Kerala. He'll be speaking about ease of accessing justice. The third speaker will be Dr. Pawan Goenka, who is chairperson of a scale committee as well as MD of Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. He will be talking about ease of doing business using technology, especially for small businesses. And then we have Mr. Akash Ambani, chairman of Reliance Jio Infocom. He'll be talking about ease of living using 5G use cases and labs. So we'll be beginning on that. Slide share. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this will be the context of the presentation, and just to set the context, in all the 4 sessions which will follow, we'll have first session will be on ease of living using technology for access. This will basically cover the scope will be to cover technology that will actually enable better quality of lives and ease of living for the people in the country. This will be coordinated by METI in consultation with other industries and departments. Specific initiatives that will be discussed and which have also found a place in the budget will be data governance. The data governance, the whole objective is that how we can use non-personal data to unleash innovation and research, startups and academia, how we can improve the quality of data. That will be, and then there will be another thing on Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence, how we can make AI in India and make AI for the world. The third one will be one-stop solution for reconciliation and updating of identity and address using DigiLocker and Aadhaar. So that's the third point. Fourth one will be about fintech services, where we'll be talking about how we could use innovative services and enhance the scope of DigiLocker. Next one will be entity DigiLocker, which is largely helpful for use by MSME, large business and other trusts, how they can share their data and documents for multiple activities. And the Mission Karma Yogi. The whole objective of Mission Karma Yogi is to enhance and build the capacity of central government employees so that their work execution can be much faster, and they should also be able to develop behavioral pattern which will facilitate people-centric approach. That is the first session, and the second session will be on ease of accessing justice. The session will cover how we can make more accessible, efficient, and equitable justice for everyone. We also will look at how Department of Justice has been coordinating this exercise with central ministries and states and UTs. And the special initiatives will be especially on the e-courts, which is being launched now. And there will be nearly 4,400 Seva Kendra which have been planned. The whole objective is to bridge digital divide. So that is the access to justice. The third session will cover ease of doing business using technology, especially for small businesses. This session will cover areas for enhancing ease of business. DPIT is coordinating this exercise with central ministries and industries. To build on the work already carried out, there will be some initiatives which will be discussed, especially the national single window clearance system that has already been developed, and many states have already come on board on this platform. And the second one is about PAN, how it can be used as a common business identifier. So that is yeah, we are just sharing the slide. I believe some of the participants are not able to see the slides, so we are just refreshing the slide mode. Yes, I hope it is visible now. That will be, and how we can go for faster resolution of disputes. That will be the third slide. And the fourth session will basically talk about ease of living using 5G use cases and the labs. This session will cover deliberation on 5G use cases for the benefit of sunrise industry, the startups, and the common citizens. The Department of Telecommunication is coordinating this exercise. There are specific initiatives announced in the budget. 100 labs will be set up for developing application using 5G services, 5G in multidisciplinary field, health, agriculture, fishery, skill development, etc. And then how the objective is also to showcase the fascinating work which has been done by startups in different sectors using 5G technology. And there will also be an experience sharing by the leading telecom operators, 2 of them. So this, in a nutshell, is the introductory comments on this. And now I would request Ms. Devjani Ghosh to give her comments and remarks on the first session about ease of living using technology and access. Ms. Devjani Ghosh. Devjani ji, can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Thank you, Alkesh ji, Honorable Ministers, Secretary Mighty, all other dignitaries and dear friends. Today, I think we are operating in one of the most complicated geopolitical backdrops ever, with lingering fears of recession, slowdown added to it. We are living in a time that the industry calls the era of no normal, where you have absolutely no idea how the future is going to play out. And in such times, growth, ease of living depends on one core thing, which is resilience of the country, resilience of industry. investment in resilience becomes absolutely the need of the hour and job one for every single country. And what budget did, I believe, is really put the focus on building resilience with focus on digital mastery as well as digital development, with extremely strong focus on infrastructure, digital infrastructure, building digital capabilities so that India can continue to leverage technology to build out a lot of the solutions that is needed to make us a truly resilient economy. I think the budget has set the unique path for India to emerge as a very strong engine for global growth in an era that will be hyper digital and also tremendously volatile. The focus on tech stood out from the very vision statement where the Honorable Finance Minister described the Indian economy as a technology-driven and knowledge-based economy. And it was tremendously heartening for us in the industry, the tech industry, to see how well and how strategically the role of technology was thought through as an enabler of development, ease of doing business, ease of living, right through every single major announcement that was made in the budget, from leveraging digital public infrastructure to boost core sector productivity like agriculture, to extending the use of DigiLocker to drive ease of doing business for the MSME sector, to strengthening the focus on overall AI development and usage via the COEs. Since 2014, the government's strategic focus on technology as an enabler and an equalizer has ensured equitable access to key services like health, finance, government services to every single citizen in India. The numbers speak for themselves. Over 76% increase in digital payment transactions and 91% increase in value in 2022. We saw 7,400 crore digital payments of rupees 126 lakh crores through UPI in 2022. This scale of transformation, this scale of financial inclusion that India has achieved is truly unprecedented. And we don't believe that this has been accomplished by any other country at this level of scale that we are talking about. And this was made possible by the strategic investment India made in our truly brilliant digital public infrastructure network, or as we call it, the digital highways for the digital economy. Extending the DPI network, as the budget called out, for agriculture will not only enable inclusive farmer-centric solutions to relevant information services, but will also spur growth of the agri-tech industry, which is so fundamentally important for India. Further, the focus on building the centers of excellence, which will grow emerging tech capacity and capability through the announcements like 3 centers of excellence to develop AI in India, 100 labs to effectively develop 5G services, will give a huge boost to our ability to innovate, to improve the quality of life, improve the ease of living, and improve the foundation of a truly citizen-centric digital economy. Also worth mentioning that the AI COE announcement was not just about driving AI development in India, but it focused on making AI work for India. That is so important for us to get right. By building responsible inclusion and security into the core design principles of AI innovation, India has taken a huge step forward to further strengthen its position to lead the development of responsible, secure, and truly inclusive AI for all, which is absolutely the need of the hour. Last but not the least, given the importance of data as the engine of the digital economy, the strong focus on data governance in budget was another key highlight. The plan to enable countries to set up data embassies in India, in GIFT City and IFC, makes us the first large country to propose this, and it will be an important step in strengthening data-related resilience for other countries. Budget 2023 could undoubtedly be termed as a blueprint for India at 100, for achieving the vision that we have set for India at 100, with very strong intent and commitment. Now the focus has to be on all of us to ensure flawless implementation. Industry and government has to work hand in hand, because if we do this right, we can build a truly inclusive, citizen-centric digital economy, something that the world will then learn from us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alkesh.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Devjani ji. I think it was an excellent beginning to the session with focus on how DPI has transformed the Indian common man's lives, as well as the focus on AI, which has to be responsible, ethical, and of course secure. I think that's very important. And data governance, we have humongous set of data, so this is a good opportunity that we make good use of that data for innovation, for research, and that will unleash the potential of startups in our country. So that's amazing. Thank you so much for these comments. And now I would move on to the next person, Honorable Justice A. Muhammad Mustaq, High Court of Kerala. I would request him to speak on ease of accessing justice.
Thank you.
Muhammad Mustaq,
Yes.
please.
Thank you, Secretary for MAT. Honorable Ministers and guests on virtual mode. It's an indeed a great honor for us to present the views of judiciary, in particular in India, in this age of transformation to digital space. As you're all aware, in the first phase, we built an infrastructure for all the courts in India. And second phase, we were focusing on citizen-centric services. And this is third phase, the critical phase for us in the transformation. In the sense, it's age of disruption for the judiciary, looking in all spectrum. And thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister and Union Government for allocation of 7,000 crores for as a planned fund to bring the changes which we are aspiring for, which country is aspiring for. And first and foremost is we are looking forward to digitize the legacy records and pending files, and spending around 2,000 crores on this score. And this, I think, will bring visible changes in the judiciary as far as the litigant is concerned, stakeholders is concerned. A digitization, according to us, is not a mere transformation of a physical space to the digital space. It is rather beyond. The first and foremost to demolish the centralized structure, where people have no access to central structure because of they live in nook and corner of the different part of the country. So this would enable people from access to court service from any part. For example, a litigant in southern part of the tip of the country, in the Kanyakumari or northern part, they can file case from any part of the country. So hybrid court, when switched over to a hybrid mode, the people can have easy access to the justice from any part of the country. So the digitization brings us sea changes in our approach in serving the people in this country. Now it will definitely remove all the physical barriers now either to experience by litigants and all the stakeholders. Now, what is would happen when digitization is happening in the judiciary? We are actually looking in for collecting all the data. We need the data for different purposes, as pointed out to the previous speaker. Now, at present, I'll just explain what we are doing in Kerala. Particularly, we have adopted 100% e-filing in the High Court, and of course, in partial mode in district judiciary, where we have developed applications based on need of different stakeholders, different users. The Chief Justice have his own requirements. We developed applications based on his own needs. Puny judges, even the clerks and the advocates, the filing scrutiny officers have their own dashboards. That has become a virtual office for them. So on that, everything is available on their figure point to modulate and manage the cases. So this is what we are really looking at and focusing on in terms of digital conversion of physical files and e-filing. And making it more interoperable with every other stakeholder system. That's most important for us, and while developing softwares which is required to our needs. And I'll just give an example. In Kerala, we have developed our own software developed by in-house team, where an order is passed by the court that can be served on the client on the same day the judge signs the order. So it reaches the dashboard of jail authority. If a bail application, an order is passed from the bail application, the police authority, it will go to the prosecution's officer's dashboard. It goes to the lawyer's dashboard concerned. So there is no delay involved, which otherwise we experience in the physical mode. Now, most important things now going to happen in Kerala also is the first and foremost in country. We have concluded our discussion with the postal authorities. The postal authority in principle, they agreed in the Kerala circle, serving our notices through e-post office mode. So in the country, we going to serve notices to the litigant or the opposite side through e-post office services. On a click of button, our data will be transmitted to the dashboard of the post office, and the post office will take out a printout and serve, and then and there and return to the court. So this would be will bring a visible change in the service of notice as well. And first experiment will be done by the end of the March in Trivandrum. Most importantly, when Honorable President and Prime Ministers stressed importance of making available court orders in vernacular languages, the Chief Justice of India constituted a team for this under the leadership of Justice Oka. And now we are acting on time-bound manner. When Suvas is a software, artificial software, will be converting all orders written in English into vernacular language so that the common man can understand the orders of the courts and proceedings. And Kerala also done a remarkable job in this regard, translating the judgments in Malayalam and released to the public. No doubt, we need to keep in mind the digital divide that exists. In Kerala, we have established with a fund made available by the E-Committee, and we established E-Seva Kendra across the state. So absolutely, there is no complaint from lawyer community or litigant community or from the advocate class for fund of facilities for accessing the justice. And we have a robust system in every district center as well as in High Court. So anyone can walk in, they can avail the service free of cost. We have deputed our own personnel to assist these personnel. So these are the broad feature of digitizations and e-filing. But there are steps we need to take forward that will really bring the transformation in what we are aspiring for. Interlink all the courts in hierarchy from Supreme Court to the lowest court. We are thinking in terms of using blockchain so that every court will be a block in the network, so that there will be a seamless transfer of data from every block to other blocks, and everybody can access what is available in there. In that process, what one need to file a case, suppose one need to file a case in Supreme Court, they just on a click of button, they just prepare an appeal memorandum, SLP, and click, and it will reach the dashboard. It need not transfer all the records available with the High Court, because records will be linked with the files when appeal is being preferred. So that's the kind of approach we need to make. The blockchain, using blockchain technology or any other technology, linking all the courts in hierarchy so that there should be a seamless transfer of data from different courts. And another thing we need to deploy is artificial intelligence. The previous speaker also spoke about artificial intelligence. It's badly needed in judiciary, but not only for administrative purposes, for judicial function as well. And we have all settled legal position, for example, in motor accident claims settled by Supreme Court. But still, we see the significant number of cases pending in all the courts is related to motor accident claims when there is a dispute regarding quantity. In Kerala, we have a total pendency of cases in High Court is 240,000. And whereas motor appeal claims are nearly 30,000. So 10% of cases are arising from motor claims, where a large number of the cases, 80% of the cases, contempt dispute alone. When the data is available, predetermined data is available, artificial intelligence can simply calculate the compensation payable to the litigant, and then there ends the matter. It will not reach to a forum for any other mode of litigation. So this taking away chunk of a judicial work, focusing on settling this is not easy for us to settle, take up each of the cases and decide it. So artificial intelligence at least will bring changes in claims like in a motor accident where it has to use a predetermined data and based on the decisions and declaration of law by Apex Court. So this can, the blockchain and artificial intelligence can bring a lot of visible change in the judicial function as well. Now, the last thing which I want to stress here, we judges are not experts in administration. We judges have no domain experts in technology. And now all the efforts have been initiated by individual judges, thanks to the present Chief Justice who's keen in transforming judiciary into, through technology. But it's all dependent upon individual volition's interests. We need to have a kind of an entity which remain as a permanent, which can address all issues related to it. I think it's high time, and especially law ministers here, it is high to establish a judicial technology corporation, which can focus on research, development, and standardizations of different applications. And that can bring a lot of solutions which we are facing. And not only for the judicial functions, but also related to other stakeholders. I mean, the judiciary is not all related to the judicial function. Government is a stakeholder. The prosecution agency is a stakeholder. Advocate General's office is a stakeholder. The Attorney General's office is a stakeholder. So we need to have an interoperable system. Every system should speak each other. So this entity can alone address those needs of those entities. I think it's high time for the union government to think about such corporations, so which would resolve many of issues, and it will prevent advocacy. Otherwise, individual initiative is alone is reflected, not as an institutionalized approach that is need for this taking the initiative forward. Once again, thanks to the MAT for giving an opportunity. Thanks one and all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Justice Mohammad Mustaq. I think it has been quite amazing talking about how disruption is taking place in judiciary, and we are moving out of our chrysalis and getting into use of technology in a big way, and using blockchain and artificial intelligence. I think that will completely transform the way our judicial system functions, and the access to justice will become much faster. So thank you so much for your kind words. We have Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry itself. Would you like to come in at this stage? I think sir is muted. So I will move on to the next person, Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman Scale Committee and MD Mahindra & Mahindra. I request you to kindly give your comments. Hello. Yeah, thank you, Justice Mohammad Mustaq. I think thank you for your kind words. I think I was muted. So I think a lot has been talked about disruption in judiciary and how we are transforming by use of digitalization in all our judicial processes, and the use of blockchain and artificial intelligence will definitely go a long way in expediting justice to the common man. At this stage, I think I would like to thank you. And in fact, I was requesting Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, sir is here. Sir, would you like to give your comments at this stage? I think sir is muted. So I think now I move on to the... Sir is muted, sir. It's muted, sir is muted. है ना?
The Honorable Minister sir has joined through NIC dial. He is not at this platform.
क्या?
Sir, Honorable Minister sir has joined through dial-up from the NIC link. He is not at the this platform. BC link is not there.
Okay.
If
So in that case,
this platform, he will have the rights.
Right. So then now we move on to the next one, Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman Scale Sir, can I request you to please give your expert
Yes,
comment?
Alkesh, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fine. Thank you. Thank you.
So, honorable ministers, government officers, friends, I'm very happy to be making few comments on the very important topic of ease of doing business and ease of living using technology in this August gathering. As a person who has spent 41 years working in the industry, I have often been frustrated with the lack of ease of doing business in our country. I had even heard foreigners fearing doing business in India for the same reason. But this government has been on a mission mode to correct what has been built up over the last half a century. Just imagine that in a short period of 5 years, the country has moved up from 142nd rank to 63rd rank in the ease of doing business. In the process, as the Honorable Prime Minister also mentioned, 39,000 compliances have been reduced across central ministries and states. 3,500 provisions have been decriminalized. And on a lighter note, I was occupier for all the Mahindra plants, and my biggest fear was that something will happen somewhere which was totally out of anyone's control, and I will end up in the prison. Thankfully, it never happened. Now something like this is even less likely to happen with the decriminalization that has happened over the years. Sometimes we ourselves don't realize how much progress has been made, and sessions like this brings the progress to light. Indian government has fully leveraged digitalization, perhaps more than any other large country, even developed countries in the world. Honorable Prime Minister talked about the income tax filing. I could not believe this year that I got e-validation of my IT return the same day that I filed the return, and I got my refund on the 5th day. I wonder if any country can do that. DigiLocker, DigiYatra are other examples of tech making our life easier. DPIIT has been at the forefront of bringing the ease of doing business reforms. The national single window system is path-breaking. The BRAP has brought healthy competition amongst the states for improving ease of doing business. However, I would like to say that ease of doing business is a journey that has no end point. So much has been done, but there's so much more to do. And in this budget, our Honorable Finance Minister has announced some very bold steps. The implications of these announcements may have skipped attention on the day of the budget speech, but as we now take a look at what is being proposed and think of what it will take to implement these initiatives, we start appreciating the boldness of these announcements. In the session 3, which I'm representing, what is being covered are just 7 paras of the budget of 50 words each, but each word has a lot of weight. Let me talk about a few of the steps announced. Every business has complained about multiplicity of business identifiers. Soon that will be history, with PAN becoming a single business identifier. The National Single Window System will establish a single user interface for filing returns and data, and all portals will be interlinked. KYC
right. Part of it is
KYC process has been a pain for everyone. I personally never have been able to figure out how many KYCs I, even as an individual, have to file. And just the step of simplifying KYC process will bring such a sigh of relief for businesses as well as individuals. I can also imagine what a Herculean task it will be to implement it, but I'm sure the DPIIT will rise to the occasion. Provisions under 42 acts are proposed to be amended across 19 ministries to bring in ease of doing business. Move towards trust-based governance is a welcome move. Process re-engineering and adoption of technology is the key focus of the government. Vivad se Vishwas provisions will help to soothe some of the pain that MSMEs have endured during COVID. Honorable Prime Minister talked about the importance of MSMEs. In fact, the whole thrust of the government to support MSMEs is a very welcome move, because MSMEs, in my opinion, are the backbone of our economy, and no large company can perform the MSME ecosystem. So I would like to conclude by appreciating the fact that the government is listening to the industry and the common man and doing everything that it can do to remove unnecessary hurdles to improve EODBs and EOLs. Now that I have been inside the government for a year, I know how everyone in the government takes this objective seriously and working relentlessly towards it. And now also realize what is not obvious from outside as to how complex it is to bring about these changes. I look forward to the deliberations that will follow this session and report out from the individual sessions. Thank you very much, Alpesh, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Pawanji. Of course, you have been also advising us on multiple fronts and helping us in bringing out a lot more in ease of doing business. As you rightly said, it is a journey, it's a process, and we have to continue coming out with new issues, new procedures, new guidelines to ensure that things become simple and simpler and simplest for the common man. I think, and thank you for highlighting the single identifier which government has done, and also trust-based governance, which is very important. And I think that's a big message and takeaway from you, which will definitely ensure that we move on to that journey. With this, I would like to thank you. And now I would request Mr. Akash Ambani, Chairman, Reliance Jio Infocom, to kindly give his comments. Thank you. Mr. Akash Ambani.
Thank you, Secretary Alkesh ji, and thank you for meeting. Good morning to the honorable ministers and the other dignitaries on the call. I'll talk about unleashing the potential of ease of living of using technology. 5 months ago, on 1st of October 2022, our Honorable Pradhan Mantri ji inaugurated 5G services in India at the Indian Mobile Congress event at Delhi. In less than half a year, the industry has retooled itself and is rapidly bringing the 5G revolution to every nook and corner of the country. At Jio, we're leading the network rollouts in the country with the world's largest standalone network architecture that is uniquely suited to cater to the requirements of true 5G technology. Jio, as of today, has launched its true 5G service in 277 cities across the nation, with the largest deployment of more than 40,000 sites and almost 250,000 cells of 5G network in 700 megahertz as well as 3500 megahertz band. As declared earlier, we are on path, and I'm happy to report the progress of achieving the declared goal to increase the Jio 5G footprint to every city, town, and taluka of various states, and are aiming to cover every town, every taluka, and every tehsil across the nation by December of 2023. This would be the world's fastest 5G rollout. The impact on 5G that will have on India's growing economy is immense. There's no other technology that has given us various growth sectors like 5G has. As a rapidly growing emerging economy, India is uniquely positioned to take lead in the use of 5G technology for the betterment of society and livelihood of over 140 crore Indians. 5G will make our cities smarter, our societies safer, our utilities more stable, and emergency services more responsive, and industry more efficient. In short, 5G technologies have had a profound impact on modern societies, and 5G is perhaps among the top contenders of this technology. Many novel use cases are finding their way to the market across sectors as healthcare, education, agriculture, smart cities, and infrastructure, including entertainment and productivity. Let me walk you through a couple of use cases that we see in the healthcare services sector. The healthcare sector is poised to be amongst the most significant beneficiaries of 5G technology. The deployment of 5G in healthcare industry can significantly improve the reach and quality of healthcare for all patients across the country. A 5G-enabled remote consultations. Patients can easily consult with doctors without physically visiting. This can save time and reduce risk of exposure to infections and dramatically lower healthcare costs. An improved speed of diagnosis. With 5G-enabled medical devices, doctor can get real-time information about a patient's vital signs, whether it be from a hospital room elsewhere in the country or from ambulances elsewhere in the country, allowing them to make faster and more accurate diagnosis. The positive effects of the application of this technology on emergency response and overall mortality are significant. Connected ambulances. 5G connected ambulances would be able to transmit data and video to hospitals in real time. Because of 5G's high bandwidth and low latency architecture, video can be streamed live from the ambulance. A GPS device would also be able to track the ambulance, and other connected sensors would allow medical experts to recognize vital signs early, remote access real-time and medical reports, and respond more quickly right from the ambulance itself. And this will make our emergency rooms a much more efficient and productive place. I'll second speak about the sector of agriculture. The use of 5G technology in agriculture is becoming increasingly popular and has the potential to revolutionize the industry by increasing efficiency, reducing cost, and improving sustainability. Some of the prominent 5G technology in the agriculture sector are precision farming. With 5G can enable precision farming by providing farmers with real-time data on weather patterns, soil moisture levels, and crop growth. This data can help farmers make informed decisions about when to plant, water, and harvest crops, leading to more efficient use cases and resources and higher yields. Livestock monitoring. 5G technology can be also used to monitor the livestock in real time, helping farmers detect the health problems and prevent the spread of diseases. For example, sensors can be placed on animals to monitor their heart rate, body temperature, other vital signs, allowing farmers to detect signs of illness early. Autonomous farming. Autonomous farming, where drones or robots perform tasks such as planting, spraying, and harvesting crop, can also be enabled by 5G technology. This can increase efficiency and dramatically reduce labor costs. Smart irrigation. 5G technology can be used to create a smart irrigation system that adjusts water usage based on real-time data on weather patterns and soil moisture levels. This can help farmers in conserving water and reduce the environmental impact. Education. I'll talk to you about now the use cases of 5G in education. Education and 5G technology have the potential to intersect in ways that have the potential to transform the way students learn and interact with their teachers. And improved access to information. Students can access educational materials and resources from anywhere at any time all across India. This could enable more personalized and flexible learning experiences, as well as allow students to learn from remote or rural areas where internet access is traditionally limited. Enhanced collaboration. 5G networks can enable students and teachers to collaborate in real time and in a variety of ways, such as through virtual reality or augmented reality experiences. This could allow a more interactive and a more immersive learning experiences that are more engaging and memorable and easy to learn. And expanded opportunities for distance learning. 5G technology would also allow for high-quality video conferencing and live streaming, making it easier for students to attend classes remotely. This could be particularly helpful for students who are unable to attend class and
ease of doing business. Mighty is organizing.
Improved assessment and feedback. With 5G technology, teachers can provide immediate and personalized feedback to each student using various digital tools. This could enable teachers to be better monitors of students' progress and provide timely interventions when needed. And new learning tools and applications. 5G technology would also support the development of new educational applications, tools that leverage its capabilities such as AR and VR applications, educational gaming, and interactive simulations. The other sector that I would like to talk about is the disaster management using 5G technology. Successful emergency operations need reliable communication and real-time access to critical information. First responders such as firefighters, policemen, and emergency services personnel require fast, reliable, and secure communications in various mission-critical situations. 5G technology can enable an ultra-low latency services and manage disaster response scenarios like search and rescue missions with high-resolution camera in disaster recovery zones, timely and accurate aid supply, drop-off of first aid kits, life jackets, and food supply, live public announcements, heavy payload delivery, including medicine, logistics, high-resolution telemetry, and beyond visual line of sight, long-range operations. The other application of 5G could be smart cities. The integration of 5G technology in smart cities has the potential to revolutionize the way we live, work, and interact with our urban environments. Improved connectivity, 5G networks are capable of providing faster, more reliable, and higher capacity wireless connectivity than previous generations of cellular networks. This can enable smart cities to support a variety of connected devices and services, from autonomous vehicles to smart streetlights. And enhanced data collection and analysis. 5G networks can support the collection and analysis of vast amounts of data from a variety of sources, including sensors, cameras, and other IoT devices. This data can be used to improve city services such as traffic management and waste management and public safety. Increase efficiency. Smart cities can improve the efficiency of city operations such as energy usage, traffic flow, and emergency response times using 5G services and better public services. Smart cities can use 5G networks to deliver public services more efficiently and effectively, such as healthcare, education, and transportation. Improved quality of life. Smart cities that leverage 5G technology can create a more livable, sustainable, and equitable communities with better access to resources and services for all its residents. I'll now speak to you about the corporate sector of improved office productivity. 5G technology has a potential to improve the work by enabling faster data transfer, reduced latency, and improved video conferencing and increased flexibility. Faster data transfer. 5G networks can provide lightning fast data transfer speeds, which can help employees complete their work faster. For example, large files such as videos, graphics, and other multimedia content can be uploaded and downloaded quickly, enabling employees to collaborate and share information in real time. With reduced latency, 5G networks, this means that employees can access cloud-based applications and services more quickly and leading to a more efficient workflow. 5G networks can also support high-quality video conferencing with minimal lag or buffering. Now, immersive VR meetings over 5G network will help teams connect, collaborate, and develop ideas together. And you can meet teammates across the world, collaborate, and develop ideas together. This means remote workers can also participate in meetings and collaborate with other colleagues as if they were in the same room, improving communication and reducing the need to travel. 5G offers great flexibility. With 5G technology, employees can work from anywhere, whether it's the office, home, or even on the go. Metaverse is a new concept that 5G will assist through 5G networks, and through immersive virtual office campus is now a reality. Using a mixed reality headset such as GeoGlass, an employee can perform a step-by-step training and a field of view trainee across and can be mirrored on any digital screen that is possible. Entertainment is a big sector. 5G technology is expected to revolutionize the entertainment and is offered and consumed and is going to create new possibilities for immersive experiences. Cloud gaming over 5G, Ultra HD video streaming on 8K video streaming on TV, and immersive content. To summarize, as 5G technology continues to develop and become more widespread in both its coverage and adoption, we can expect to see even more benefits and use cases that improve our standard of living. All evolving technology trends, including IoT, wearable technology, AI, ML, will need a strong backbone to have a meaningful impact on shaping our future. Doctors, students, farmers, teachers, factory workers, office workers, small businesses, and society at large will be significantly and positively impacted by the march of 5G and allied technologies. The impact of technology is significant, and we must all from industry, government, and academia strive towards the development and adoption of this technology in a collaborative, responsible, and ethical manner. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Akash, actually giving a wide perspective of what 5G can do. In fact, it affects almost all lives, whether it is a farmer or an agriculture or livestock. And of course, thank you for being a great stakeholder in 5G, and congratulations for making 5G available to all small and big towns, all so-called census towns of India by December 2003. I think that's a great achievement. But I think you have widely covered how it covers important sectors like health, agriculture, livestock, how we can improve the water use efficiency in our agriculture, education, how it can affect large community which does not have access to education in physical mode, so they could always do that, disaster management, how we can make our cities smarter, cities better, citizens safer. I think that's quite a good mix of comments which have come. With this, I would like to conclude the plenary session, and we'll soon move on to the breakout session. Now, I would request administrator to explain how our participants could move into the breakout sessions, which will begin immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And it was really a very interesting discussion, listening to all the eminent speakers and, sir, your overall guidance. So now we will move on to the next stage of the budget webinar on ease of living using technology. So the way it is structured is that we have got 4 breakout rooms. The breakout rooms are visible on the screen. So the first breakout room is of Ministry of Electronics and IT, which will cover subjects like ease of living using technology for access. The second breakout room is for ease of accessing justice, which will focus on e-courts and other projects. The third breakout room is for ease of doing business using technology, especially for small businesses. And the fourth breakout room is ease of living using 5G use cases and labs, so which is being coordinated by Department of Telecom. So all the participants are requested to click the breakout room icon on the right side of your screen at the bottom row, and then join your respective breakout room. We'll wait for some time for people to join their respective breakout rooms. For the breakout room on ease of living using technology for access, we have the speakers for the panel, Mr. Pankaj Bansal, CEO People Strong and board member Karmyogi Bharat. Then we have Mr. Shrikant Velamakani, who is the co-founder of Fractal, speaking. Mr. Nitin Kamath, CEO of Zerodha, will also be speaking in this panel. We have Dr. Geeta Manjunath, CEO of Niramai, who will be speaking in this panel, and Ms. Sarika Guliani, head ICT from FICCI, who will be speaking in this panel. So all those who are registered for the session 1 of the budget webinar are requested to join the breakout room number 1. Then we have the second breakout room, which is on ease of accessing justice, where we have this. The session will be moderated by Mr. P.P. Pandey, Joint Secretary E-Courts, and we'll have speakers like Mr. Surya Prakash, Program Director Daksh, Abhilaksh Malhotra, Central Progress Coordinator, High Court of Delhi, Mr. Joseph Pukat, Lawyer and Senior Partner. Then we have Chakit Swaroop, ICJS Expert, and Dr. Vivek Raghavan from UADI. So they will be speaking in the e-courts webinar. So people are requested to join the breakout room number 2. We have still 700 people yet to join the breakout rooms. Request all of you to join the respective breakout rooms. Then we will have this third breakout room, which is on ease of doing business using technology, especially for small businesses. This is being coordinated by Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary DPIIT, and we'll have the speakers, which will include Mr. Amit Pandey from Indian Venture and Alternate Capital Association, Mr. Vishwanathan Ravichandran from Ernst & Young, Mr. Anil Bhardwaj from Federation of Indian Micro Small Medium Enterprises, Professor M.S. Ramachandra Rao from IIT Madras, Professor Neeraj Khare from IIT Delhi, Dr. Jayjeet Bhattacharya from Center for Digital Economy Policy and Research, and Mr. Piruz Khabata from Confederation of Indian Industry. So those who have registered for section number 3 are requested to join the panel in breakout room number 3. Then we have the fourth breakout room, which will be on ease of living using 5G use cases and labs. So this will be coordinated by Department of Telecom, and the speakers of this panel are Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, member T from DOT, Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy from IIT Madras, Mr. Atman Jadon, CEO Supercriticals Private Limited, Mr. Abhijit Patil, co-founder and CEO Ajna Lens, Mr. Puneet Singh, Director PESS Instruments, Ms. Shobha Utsya Shankar, CEO Inogal, Mr. Girish Dave, Associate VP 5G Business Solutions Geo, Mr. Naisarang Pandya, Solution Architect for 5G and New Technologies from Airtel, and question and answers and summing up will be done by Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy. So all are requested to join the respective breakout rooms. Joining the breakout rooms is very simple. It is being explained on the screen. You have to click the breakout room icon and then join the respective breakout room. So we have got 113 people who have joined the second breakout room. But there were a lot of people who are unassigned. Can you join in the respective breakout rooms?
Firoz? Firoz? Firoz, am I audible?
Yeah, I'm audible. Yes, audible.
Okay. So all the speakers of session 1 to 64 have been given the rights?
हाँ सर, सबको राइट्स मिल गए हैं सर, सब है। ये कोई ना क्लोज रूम कर रहा है, वो आपको एक बार बोलना पड़ेगा सर।
Okay. So this room, maybe we can maybe one person in this room can stay. So even if someone comes little late, we can advise.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So let us have one person in this room just to provide support to the last minute joining. So if everything is fine, then should I move to the room number 1?
Yes, you can.
Yes, sir.
Hello. LMS team.
हाँ जी, बोलिए सर।
हाँ, ये सेशन ये ब्रेकआउट रूम कुछ लोगों को दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है।
सर आ रहा है सर, विजय गोल पे ब्रेकआउट रूम किसको नहीं दिखा रहा है बताइए सर।
I can't able to see the breakout room.
Just tell me the name, sir. I will move to
Abhijit,
the.
Abhijit,
Mr. Piruz Khambata, I can't see the breakout room. Mr. Khambata.
एक
Sarika
सेकंड सर,
Guliani,
just sir एक सेकंड होल्ड सर, वन बाय वन प्लीज सर।
Abhijit
Mr.
Patil,
Firoz.
fourth.
Sorry.
अभिजीत
Abhijit Patil, fourth. Please move to the fourth room.
Mr. Firoz.
डन सर,
Sarika
फोर्थ हो गया।
Guliani, please move to room number 1.
सारिका रस्तोगी आ रहा है, सारिका गुलानी।
Sarika Guliani, room number 1, please.
डन सर, डन नेक्स्ट।
Okay, so
Mr.
for the
Piruz
benefit of-
Khambata, Piruz Khambata, room number 3.
खम्बाजा
Khambata, KHAMBA, room number 3.
डन सर।
for the benefit of everybody, at bottom
Please.
there is a three.
Please click on the more button and there is a breakout rooms. You can go to the concerned breakout room, sir.
We are not able to join.
Yeah, that is the point. So for the benefit of everybody, breakout room is still on. At the bottom right hand corner, you can see 3 dots, and under that more is written. Simply click on that and you will find that there is a option called breakout rooms. Once you click there, you will find all the 4 breakout rooms.
Yeah,
And
it
then
is
you
so, but
can
we are
choose
not
where to
able to
move
do
on.
that. We click it on say session 4. I am not able to join. It is not allowing to join.
Okay. Can you see Jay to this?
Tell me the name. Tell me the name.
Ramesh.
Jay, can you, Jay, can you move me to the room 1? Room 1.
Hello.
Session 4 I want.
Hello.
Ajay, Jay, can you move me to room number 1?
You are in which room, sir, right now?
Right now I'm in the main.
Main room.
Can you move it to the
Just
room number 1?
Room number 1, na? Done.
Can you join
में जाना है? टू में है ना आपका?
Name, sir? Anyone else?
I'm Ramesh.
Ramesh.
Yeah.
आ रहा हूँ.
Ramesh Jarbodia. Ramesh Jarbodia. Already you are in session 4, sir. Ease of living 5G. There are 2 names, Ramesh Jarbodia. One is session 1, one is session 4. There are 2 devices you have joined.
Oh no, session 4 only I want. I'm not able to see that.
Session 4 you have already joined, sir. I can share the screenshot with you.
कर दिया हूँ.
From your name, somebody else has joined, I think.
Excuse me, I am Vikas Dogra, Director from MHI.
Yes.
I have an issue for
Vikas Dogra, session 1. Done,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Done, sir. Check it.
हाँ हो गया. Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir.
Hello, I'm Prabir Mitra. Hello.
क्या हो गया? डीएमसी था सर, प्लस 2 की दोबारा आई थी सर डिवाइन बोर्ड से। आप कौन सी क्लास में हो आप? थर्ड ईयर में सर। थर्ड सेम में हो? थर्ड ईयर में सर। थर्ड ईयर में हो तो यूनिवर्सिटी से डीएमसी ठीक करवानी पड़ेगी तुम तो। डीएमसी तो डेट ऑफ होती नहीं है सर, रिकॉर्ड कराना। डेट ऑफ बर्थ क्या? यस सर। तो डेट ऑफ पहले डीएमसी सर होती थी सर, दोबारा आई है। Yeah, registering the right.
Here's some. I can't see it again.
Hello.
We are just waiting to hear you, whatever you're comfortable with. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll yeah. Industry. So my name is Abdul Pandey. I represent the Indian Venture and Organic Capital Association, IVCA. We represent India's private capital ecosystem on the venture and private equity investors. And I was saying earlier, the government has been a very risky government, and DPID has passed on a bunch of technologies that have been released by the government. We start. The domestic global, it has been very heartwarming for the IVCA, a member. Permission. That note, I would want to
हमारा एनएमसी का देखिए मैम सुबह उठ के चला and I will now come back the topic. So I'd like to open this very welcome. Will be as our because this after this one point. DC, etc. Then around right? It becomes to onboard all of these on the platform. उन्होंने हमें राइट्स नहीं दिए onboarding on ये हमारे the number of compliances have been come from 63 in the last 7-8 years. So this has been a massive we happen to go national compliances. And we have seen the phenomenal growth from where I come from. We have seen the phenomenal start of investor ecosystem, which is again, a big credit by DTI. Listening to a lot of talks around the governance, corporate governance. Again, we are very positive that such a move will definitely improve the governance of the Indian company.
यहाँ पे परमीट मैम वाले सिस्टम पे उसे राइट्स दे दिया सो मैम
Yeah. So basically what I was saying was that governance and production of companies and then like I mentioned
विज साहब खूब कमाई कर रहे हो। मैं खूब कमाई कर रहे हो।
हेलो, ये जो एजीएम सर का नंबर है वो 9412785000 है ना? सेवन थ्री ठीक तो 73 है 941273
एक मिनट कंफर्म करूंगी, कंफर्म आप
हाँ
बोलो क्या है?
94182 73500।
हेलो, नमस्कार, कैसे हो अरविंद? अच्छा, ये मैंने कुछ चीजें बताओ, आपका हमीरपुर का सिम सेल क्यों डाउन है? नहीं तो फ्रेंचाइजी नहीं करता तो फिर उसको करवाना तो पड़ेगा ना, ऐसे नहीं ना छोड़ सकते फ्रेंचाइजी कुछ करता नहीं है। नहीं यार, ये तो कोई एक्सक्यूज नहीं है कि फ्रेंचाइजी कर। कौन है फ्रेंचाइजी का मीन? जे के, हाँ। तो यार वो तो लॉजिक के लिए, तो दूसरे बंदे कर रहे हैं, वो क्या कहाँ से कर, थोड़ा बाइक के अपने से लेके ले रहे हैं। यार कुछ भी है मंडी, मतलब कि ये ना देखो कि वो कोई क्या कर रहा है, मेन तो आजकल तो सेल में हमेशा होता है हो रहे हैं, कैसे हो रहे हैं, वो चीजें हम डिस्कस नहीं कर सकते, वो हर का अपना अपना तरीका है, ठीक है ना हम किसी के बेस पे एक्सक्यूज ले सकते हैं कि वो ऐसे कर रहा है, हम भी ऐसे कर रहे हैं तो हमारी हो नहीं रही, ये चीजें नहीं हम डिस्कस कर सकते। हमारा तो कि आप फ्रेंचाइजी क्यों नहीं काम कर रहा है, इसको इसका क्या सोल्यूशन है ये बताओ। आप कह रहे हैं कि हमारे स्टाफ के थ्रू ही हो रही है, तो फिर तो उस ऐसे थोड़ा है, कुछ इसमें क्लॉज होगा कि यदि कोई फ्रेंचाइजी काम नहीं करता तो क्या कर सकते हैं उसको, क्यों, क्या है इसका कुछ नहीं, आपने कभी मीटिंग की है फ्रेंचाइजी के साथ? हाँ, एक हमने भी कहा था कि आप अपने थ्रू फ्रेंचाइजी की मीटिंग रखो, हमें आपकी तरफ से कोई इंटीमेशन नहीं आया इस चीज का भी। हाँ, हाँ। आपका स्टाफ सारा सिम सेल करता है तो आपकी ई केवाईसी कम क्यों है? नहीं, एक मिनट, बायोमेट्रिक मशीनें आपको कितनी अलॉट में है? अच्छा, तो हम्म। नहीं तो वो तो रिटेन करनी पड़ेगी ना, वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो किसी की होगी ना रिटेन करने की, ऐसे थोड़ा है कि वो लेके चले गए तो बैठ गए। नहीं, आपके पास रिकॉर्ड है सारा, आपने कोशिश की कि ये यार, तो फिर आप उसको लेटर लिख के उसको रिटेन करो ना। नहीं, आप जब लेटर निकालो तो मिलेगी। आप नहीं, नहीं यार, ये तो बहुत टाइटली के होगी। बंदा चला गया, वीआरएस की मशीनें देखी नहीं गया, अब ई-केवाईसी नहीं हो रही, उधर से डिपार्टमेंट प्लेंटी पर आया। तो ये चीजें तो ऐसे नहीं है कि हवा में सब कुछ छूट जाए। एक हमने मेल भी डाली हुई है आपको कि आप डिटेल दो कितनी बायोमेट्रिक मशीनें आपके पास हैं, इसका भी कुछ आपका रिप्लाई नहीं आया। ये तो राजेंद्र जी रिकवर करनी पड़ेगी आपको। ऐसे नहीं है कि इसको हमें ई-केवाईसी से कंसर्न है कि हमारी 70 to 80%, आपकी 36% केवाईसी है। देखो, और वो भी आप कह रहे हैं हमारे स्टाफ के थ्रू सिम सेल होती है, तो ये तो 100% होनी चाहिए ई-केवाईसी आपकी। यदि कोई फ्रेंचाइजी सिम सेल कर रहा है या कोई डीएसए रिटेलर कर रहा है तो मान लें चलो, तो यदि आपका स्टाफ ही केवाईसी का सिम सेल कर रहा है तो वो तो 100% ई-केवाईसी के थ्रू होना चाहिए। और एक आप ना ऐसे फ्रेंचाइजी को खुला मत छोड़िए, कुछ ना कुछ निकालिए। देखो हमारी टीम वर्क है, हम भी आपसे बात किया, 2-3 बार बात की, लेकिन वो हम आउटपुट निकाले। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, जितना हो हमारे लिए बेस्ट हो सकता है हम वो करेंगे। है ना, ये चीजों को हम मतलब अब प्रेशर आएगा, अब सभी की अपार इसके साथ अटैच की हुई है, कुछ और थोड़ा सकता है कुछ। ये देखो, ये बस करके आप एक तो सिम सेल बहुत कम है, टॉप नहीं हो रहा आपका, ई केवाईसी सबसे लोएस्ट है आपकी, और यदि सब सेल होती है तो नियर अबाउट 90% होनी बैटरी का आपको करना पड़ेगा सभी की चलवानी, जिसके पास आप रिकवर करने। एक कैंप की क्या पोजीशन है वो बताओ। ठीक है ना, ये मैंने आपसे रेगुलर बात होती रहेगी और आपने बताना है हमें, ऐसे नहीं है कि हम बात कर लिए तो बस ठीक है। ठीक है, हाँ हाँ। ये बायोमेट्रिक मशीन के बारे में क्या करोगे, क्या लीगली की सपोज कैसे इसकी प्रोक्योरमेंट की थी, कैसे इसको इशू किया था, उसके पास कैसे अब इन्वेंट्री है, क्या है ये कौन देखता है? ये तो मतलब कि बहुत ही हल्के में दे रहे हैं लोग।
उसके पास पूरी डिटेल
हेलो, हाँ जी सहज जी, मॉर्निंग। सहज जी, मेरी ना ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ मेल भी डाली है आपने कि ई-केवाईसी मशीनों का स्टेटस दो। ठीक है, अभी मैंने ना हमीरपुर वाले एजेंट से बात की है, उसकी सबसे लोएस्ट ई-केवाईसी है 36%। तो जबकि उसकी सारी है स्टाफ के थ्रू, तो उसकी तो 90% होनी चाहिए ई-केवाईसी। तो इसमें क्या वर्कआउट किया हुआ है आप हमारे ऑफिस से? हाँ 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 हाँ। नहीं, हम अभी हमीरपुर की बात इसी को डिस्कस नहीं करना, अभी हमीरपुर का डिस्कस करो कि ये 36% क्यों है केवाईसी। ना बिल्कुल नहीं, आप इसको डालो। ये पहले तो ये बताओ कि इनको कितनी मशीनें अलॉट की हुई हैं आपने? पंद्रह 16 के आसपास, ठीक है। कितनी की है हमीरपुर? मेरे को एक मिनट मेरी गल सुनो, ये चलती नहीं है। एक मिनट तो पहले आपके पास डाटा होना चाहिए कितनी बायोमेट्रिक आपने सभी लिस्ट को दी है। अभी जैसे हम हमीर और हमीर को इसलिए इसको हाईलाइट करना है कि ये सारी डाटा सेल मेरी ये साथ के थ्रू और कितनी बायोमेट्रिक मशीनें दी हैं, कितनी इसके पास इन्वेंटरी है और स्टाफ का जो ठीक नहीं होती है। अच्छा सारी होगी, कितनी वर्किंग कंडीशन में है? चलो ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਹਿਜ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਏਰੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲਾਈਟਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਣਾ 50 to 90% केवाईसी होनी चाहिए कि ब्याह को यार वो कह रहा है कोई एसटीओ ले गया ये की मतलब है यार यार वो ले गए ਉਹਦੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਿਲਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਡਿਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਕਰਵਾਉਣਾ ਲੈ
नेट പഠിച്ചോണല്ലേ ഇന്ത്യ
कितनी वर्किंग है कितनी ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ठीक है ना वो यार ना मतलब डोंट टेक इट लाइटली ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸੀਰੀਅਸਲੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ठीक है ना ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੀ डिस्कशन ਤੁਸੀਂ कंप्लायंस खुद ही देना ਮੈਨੂੰ मैं वैसे नोट कर रहे हैं ठीक है ना ये निशा हमीरपुर और शिमला को टारगेट
ये इल्लों को मीटिंग ओडी नजर आ रही है
तो नहीं आप फ्रेंचाइजी टारगेट को आपकी इस वीक हमीरपुर से मीटिंग फिक्स हो जानी चाहिए फ्रेंचाइजी तो वो थोड़ा सा थोड़ा सा इसमें कुछ लोग जहाँ पे आपको हेल्प की जरूरत है अपने एजेंट की हेल्प लो ठीक है ऐसे नहीं है कि सारा दिन जो हमारी चलाना है कि आप थोड़ा सा करो है ना टाइमिंग ठीक है ना हमीरपुर और शिमला का टारगेट करना है कि इनके फ्रेंचाइजी के साथ हमारी मीटिंग होनी चाहिए ठीक है देखो वैसे क्या हद है कि वो कहता है कि मशीना ले गए सारी या कोई डाटा ही नहीं
जो इशू है ना जो सेल ऐसी सेल के जो स्टाफ उनका ही अगर एक तो सही से काम नहीं कर रहे और ऊपर से
एक बात बताऊं
your role. You may join the breakout rooms.
नहीं नहीं, वो फाइल भिजवा दी, बड़ी सी लिया, सील कर दिया था। ठीक है, ये काम खत्म हो गया। ठीक है,
फिरोज सर ज्वाइन कर लिया है। हाँ जी जी कर लिया है। अब ऑप्शन नहीं आना, सीधे सीधे ज्वाइन हो गया ना। दिख रहा, पार्टिसिपेंट दिख रहा। ये आ रहा है प्रवेश प्रसून पांडे टॉप में। हेलो, हाँ जी।
164 100 10341। म्यूट कीजिए आपको आपका साउंड आ रहा है। हेलो, अब आप इसके वीसी को टेस्ट कर लीजिए। जैसा जी जी अब आप इनसे वीसी को 1-to-1 बात। हाँ तो आ गई आवाज आ रही है आपको?
यस सर, आ रही है आपकी आवाज।
अब आ रही है।
यस, प्लीज कर
वीडियो भी
लीजिए।
आ रहा है आपका? हमारा वीडियो भी आ रहा है?
आपका वीडियो ऑन कीजिए। हाँ जी, आ रहा है आपका वीडियो भी।
चलिए ठीक है, मैं इसको कनेक्टेड रखता हूँ फिर। हेलो,
ठीक है सर, ठीक है, ठीक है सर।
ओके, थैंक यू।
आ रहा है आपको ऑडियो? यस
नहीं आ रहा।
नहीं, आपका ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा, आप अनम्यूट कीजिए।
ये म्यूट है ना, आई म्यूट है ना सर, आई म्यूट हो गया ना, आई के बाद म्यूट।
सर वहां पे आ रहे तो अभी कुछ कंफर्म नहीं है, तो जैसे ही आएंगे हम आपको बता देंगे। अभी यहाँ से निकले हैं, यूटर्न यूटर्न भी ले सकते हैं, वहां भी
अभी
जा
आपने
सकते
किया।
आ रही है आवाज?
ठीक है जी।
ओके।
Am I audible? हेलो सर, ऑडियो मिल रही है? यस यस आई कैन। सर आपकी ऑडियो नहीं आ रही, एक मिनट।
यस यस हेलो।
हाँ जी बोलिए। आवाज नहीं आ रही मेरी अभी? नहीं नहीं, क्लियर आ रही है अभी। एक्चुअली वॉल्यूम कम था सर। ठीक है।
ऑडियो वीडियो क्लियर सर?
हाँ बिल्कुल क्लियर है सर।
ओके सर, ओके।
लेआउट वैसा करा।
लेआउट पता नहीं, ये अपने हिसाब से करेंगे, लेआउट देख लो सर कैसे।
सर का तो सर ने खुदा भी नहीं कहता था।
नहीं मतलब जो वैसे ठीक ही रहेगा।
ये सर बना
गौरव,
अच्छा गौरव,
हाँ
अच्छा मैं आपको
आप करो। हेलो।
यस, आपका साउंड आ रहा है सर।
अच्छा, ओके, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। वीडियो इज ऑल्सो ठीक है ना सर?
यस सर।
ठीक है, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
लीजिए।
अर्शिल, आप हैं क्या डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकॉम?
Just check the aspect ratio.
नहीं वो तो आपने अनम्यूट किया सर आर यू ऑडिबल सर दिस इज फ्रॉम डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकॉम
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes,
थैंक यू
very much audible.
So, sir, presentation, sir, I will share from here for all 4 panels. Okay, sir.
Brahma, I will just share with you mine then. Otherwise, I can share mine also.
Oh, okay, sir.
I will share mine, don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Are we ready to start? What is the time? Get all your participants to join the Zoom room. No. Who is sharing this?
No, sir, I just share to check it out that all the options are working fine or not.
Then let me also share and try. Yeah, na?
Yes, sir. So maybe, sir, you can blow it up once because in the morning session, blowing up was the issue.
It's blown up.
Now it is fine.
Have all the 4 moderators joined? DPIIT? Department Telecom is here, right?
Yes, sir, DOT has joined.
Yes, DOT.
यहाँ से तो नहीं हो, हाँ अब हो गया ओके Good afternoon, sir.
Honorable Minister for Electronics and IT, Honorable Minister for Law and Justice, Honorable MOS Personnel, Honorable MOS for Commerce and Industries, Honorable MOS for Finance, distinguished moderators, panel speakers, all the participants in the Zoom. It has been a wonderful 4 breakout sessions, and there have been a lot of suggestions, and the participation has been quite overwhelming, sir. Actually, we had planned for 1,000 on Zoom, and then many of them also joined through other medium, YouTube, and so they had all joined. So it has been quite a wonderful, and every session was almost full. I found that there was participants up to 400, 500 and all. So I think now all the moderators have also come. So with your permission, sir, I would request them to share their recommendations one by one. And in the end, then I would request honorable ministers to conclude for their concluding remarks. So with your permission, sir, I would start with Abhishek Singh, moderator of session 1, to share his recommendations and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With your kind permission, I will quickly share a few slides which will help me run through the whole presentation. I hope my slides are visible. Sir. So sir, the session 1 of the panel discussion focused on 6 key budget paras, which included Mission Karam Yogi, Center for Excellence for AI, National Data Governance Policy, One-Stop Solution for Identity and Address Updating, FinTech services using DigiLocker and Entity DigiLocker. So these are part of the budget speech. So we focused on that. The session saw a very good participation, sir. We are just compiling the data with regard to how many people joined. As Secretary Sir said that the Zoom link was oversubscribed. We had a capacity of 1,000. It went much more, but we tried to find out the number of unique viewers who were there. In the inaugural session, which the Honorable Prime Minister addressed, we had almost 1,600 people there. And then on the YouTube also, on my PMO India, MyGov and Digital India, there were a lot of people who were following us. So the opening plenary had also like a very good response. Session 1, so the breakout session, the 1,000 people who had joined on Zoom, they were split into the 4 groups. So our group had almost 250 people who were joining there, and 650 plus people were on Digital India's YouTube channel. So the session included the following speakers: Pankaj Bansal, the CEO of People Strong and Karmyogi and board member of Karmyogi Bharat. Then we had Mr. Nitin Kamath, who is CEO of Zerodha. Then we had Shrikant Velamkani, co-founder and CEO of Fractal. And then we had Dr. Geeta Manjunath, who is CEO of Niramai, and Sarika Galyani, who is the director and head ICT from FICCI. And we had a lot of participation and question answers also that followed. So the tone was set by, of course, Honorable Prime Minister, who referred to the role of technology in improving ease of living and ease of governance. And Honorable Prime Minister emphasized about how technology can be an enabler and how citizens can give a feedback, and how we can kind of use it for improving governance and improving service delivery. He also asked us to look for 10 problems of society which can be solved by AI. On Karam Yogi, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned about how we can build up a citizen-centric approach, periodic course updates, and program improvement based on feedback, how this can be structured. And he also mentioned like how we can learn from the global best practices to strengthen the trust with the society. So the context of the session was set with these, the opening address of Honorable Prime Minister. And then, sir, of course, we had the 4 eminent people who addressed. And in our session, sir, Mr. Pankaj Bansal, CEO, People Strong, also board member Karam Yogi, he mentioned about the iGot Karam Yogi platform. And he said that in order to meet the objectives of the bureaucracy and the civil service of the new age era, how we can ensure the content that is there on the iGot platform is the best that's available, which ranges from our ancient civilization to the most modern content that's globally available. So that's what he mentioned on content and platform. He said that we need to make a platform that makes learning easier, and the experience of people on the platforms to be better, and it should be the best of its class platform. That was what he mentioned about Karam Yogi. And then he also mentioned a very key part will be performance monitoring. How do we ensure that competencies for various positions are measured on the iGot platform, and how do we build the skill directories and ensure that it is used for improving performance of civil servants. So that's what Mr. Pankaj Bansal had to add on Karam Yogi. He focused mainly on the Karam Yogi platform. So Nitin Kamath, sir, who is CEO of Zerodha, one of the unicorns that we have, which has not relied on any external funding. he mentioned about how before 2016, we had to sign a 40-page document. It used to take 40-50 days for them to open an account. And now he says it can be done almost instantly because they are using Aadhaar and DigiLocker APIs. And now they have grown because of such enablement by the government from 60,000 customers to more than 1.1 customers on the Zerodha platform. And he said that now this has enabled them to focus on their services rather than on building rather than on onboarding. And then he also mentioned that with the budget announcement, especially with regard to expanding the scope of DigiLocker documents, we will kind of enable, will reduce the hardship for people, because if the bank statement, income tax returns are available, then the time taken or hassle taken for verification of those documents will greatly go down. And this will help them offer better services and build more value-added services as we move forward. So he was very appreciative of the budget announcement, especially with regard to the DigiLocker and expansion of the KYC framework. Then we had Mr. Srikanth Velamkani, CEO of Fractal, who kind of focused on the data governance policy and AI. And he said that government offices have a lot of non-personal data, which is very useful, and government entities can become publishers for publishing this data, and consumers who can use this data to provide better services for the citizens. But he says that this requires building up a team which ensures that this data can be made smoothly accessible to all users. Then he also mentioned that we need to kind of ensure that data that's made accessible is in a machine readable form so that it can be made use of it. Then he also said that we should prioritize those data which can have maximum use cases. Those data should be made available first. And he also mentioned that when we do that, we have to ensure that the systems that are there for publishing the data are automated and standardized. Then on Centers for Excellence in Artificial Intelligence, he said that AI can really help transform healthcare. It can help increase productivity of doctors, enable greater access to doctors, reduce the time of diagnosis that is required. And then he was also saying that the potential of AI in making services available in Indian languages, voice-enabled services, is huge. And we need to ensure that all the information that we have in the government or the data that we have should be made available, accessible in all Indian languages. Then so we had Dr. Geeta Manjunath, who is the CEO of Niramai. She also mentioned about the AI announcement, the Center for Excellence announcement, and she said she also focused based on experience on that AI can be used to build low-cost screening technology, and this can be implemented at primary healthcare centers, and AI-enabled solutions for different diseases can be created, whether it's retinopathy or whether it's breast cancer. So these solutions can be there. And she also mentioned that we should be conscious in using AI data because sometimes AI models have inherent biases. So this needs to be handled in the right format so that when we do that, the correct results will be there and we will not make any mistakes or any biases that may come in the AI. Then she also mentioned about AI testing certification that is needed and AI product life cycle that can help standardize AI-based solutions. And then she had a word of advice that real world testing should be done. And before we roll out, before doing the pilots, if we can do just testing, collecting data from the real world and building models on that, simulations, if they are done, that will help in building better solutions. And so the last speaker was Sarika Guliani, who kind of mentioned that technology helps us get the feedback in real time that helps in improving services and ensure that the requirements of citizens are met. And she also mentioned that India is not only a user of technology now, but we have the potential to become a leader in providing services to the entire world. And on Center for Excellence, she said that apart from focusing on building AI-based solutions, we should also focus on training people, capacity building, and ensuring that innovations are focused on. And then she referred to digital payments and the advances that India has made in digital payments and referred to how this can become the platform for building more value-added financial services. And of course, lastly, she also mentioned about language-based technologies and how services in various languages can be ensured. After that, we had several questions wherein people asked about how the government is planning to implement that, which was shared, and the session ended at that note. So this is what was the feedback from session 1, the ease of living by leveraging technology. Sir, can we go to the... Sir, can we have the next Department of Justice?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm MP Pandey, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Pandey, please continue. Who is presenting from Telecom, from Justice?
Sir, Mr. Brahmanand.
No, but who is presenting? Brahman is sharing.
Yes, sir.
From Justice, can you continue or we go to the deep? We can't hear you, Justice.
Jay, have we given the speaking right? Can we quickly
Yes,
check?
sir. He's co-host, sir. Saki-Justice.
So PP, okay.
He has already right, sir.
Okay, so let's go to DPIIT and then we can come back to Justice.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Let's go to panel 3.
I would request the presentation to be please shared.
Please share the presentation for group 3.
A very good afternoon, sir, honorable ministers and senior secretaries, bureaucrats from the government and other esteemed guests who have joined on to the webinar. In the plenary closing session, I present to you the comments and suggestions that were brought up during our webinar. Our topic was ease of doing business using technologies, especially for small businesses. Like we all know, next slide, please, that MSMEs are the backbone of the business community, and there have been series of budget announcements that were made, especially for the MSMEs and also for the business ecosystem as a whole. The first item that was discussed was of being PAN being the single business ID. This was very welcomed by all the ecosystems and the business entities, big or small, who had joined us during our webinar, and they felt that this would be one single step that will ease the registration of business entities in the system. In their opinion, the streamlining of this registration through the national single window, which was also a game changer, would make PAN a mandatory parameter, and this will improve data management and also policy making for the central ministries and the state governments. It would also reduce the errors which are often faced by business entities during their regular regulatory filings. However, they did put in a voice of caution that there should be very clear guidelines and a very strong privacy setup to ensure that the data that is collected and stored is not shared or goes to wrong means. And one very important suggestion that they brought in during the discussion was to have a robust feedback mechanism, a public grievance system, sirs, on every government portal, so that there is this regular communication and interaction between people who come on different digital portals and use that portal. Very happy to say that the National Single Window, under the guidance of the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, had started a feedback grievance mechanism from December 2022. And every week, 3 to 4 o'clock in the evening, there is a regular video call that people who access the National Single Window can come and take advantage of. However, this feedback mechanism system is a requirement of all digital portals. Next, please. We also discussed the simplification of the KYC process, which was again a step that was lauded by all in the business community. And they felt that the interlinking of this KYC with the DigiLocker, which will be established for enterprise-based entities, would also be one game changer, which will help to reduce loss of information and also eliminate the need to continuously provide the same information across different governmental portals and those run by different regulators. They also felt that a graded framework for the KYC for different business entities having distinct risk profiles was something that the government should look into. For example, a KYC requirement by a small-time trader or a small entity would be different vis-a-vis an entity who is probably dealing with, say, manufacturing of EV batteries. Hence, I think a graded framework of the KYC was something that the business community put forward during our discussions. And they felt that decriminalization of offenses of the KYC processes was also something that needs to be put into play along with a strong, effective appellate authority. Next, please. The next para that was discussed was based on the budget announcement of unified filing process. The national single window was created to be a one-stop business solution to establish a single user interface to not only business entities that are coming into the country anew, but also those who are existing already. The national single window is envisaged to not only be a one-stop point where one can apply, but also track and obtain approvals, licenses, registrations, and finally renewals. We also know that the national single window talks about the know your compliance status. They felt that a mobile app telling us about what all compliances are required would also be a good suggestion that we can look into. And PAN as a unified key to file various returns through the national single window was the right step in the right direction. Next, please. The next paragraph was talked about and discussed about the work that was already done regarding reduction in compliances. It was also felt that compliance cost-benefit analysis was also important because along with ease of doing business, it was also important to now measure and evaluate the cost of doing business or the cost of regulation and to use various methods of either self-certification, deemed approvals, or continuing the digitalization process that would help to reduce the time, which was one of the biggest factors that increase the cost of doing business in the country. Periodic regulatory review to identify redundant or obsolete regulations was another step that the government has taken, and this needs to be inculcated in all departments at the various levels, whether at the center or the state. The decriminalization, an important step recognized by the business community, also was the right step towards the trust-based governance that the government talks about. Next, please. Vivad Se Vishwas scheme was also discussed in great detail by the Secretary General of the Mr. Anil Agarwal of the Federation of Indian Micro and Small Medium Enterprises. This was one topic in para. There were a lot of comments that came forth from the audiences, and they were basically saying that though this was the right step, but they also felt that there should be a good feedback mechanism which was robust and would timely fix any kind of issues that were brought about by the registering MSMEs, and that the suggestions from the industry association and their leaders should be taken into account while taking this scheme forward. Timely payments was something that most MSME grapple with, and this was one step that the government has taken, and they feel that further conversation would be required by MSMEs on this account even further. Next, please. We also had a very interesting discussion on the lab-grown diamond budget para. We had two eminent speakers, Professor M.S. Ramchandra Rao and Dr. Neeraj Khare. IIT Madras and IIT Delhi, and they gave the entire group the discussion about how lab-grown diamonds is one area in which India can move ahead and has the expertise to. And there is a requirement of how we can focus on diamond-based electronic technology and also making diamond-based machinery because we already have the skill sets, but we probably require them to be further honed. And a special manpower training could also help in using that skill sets to become more technical and bring about a greater use of lab-grown diamonds in industry and in various subsectors like semiconductors as well. This is one area they felt that it was almost like the diamond bus that we must not miss, just like the silicon bus where which India did catch on and make great strides in. And this was one area in which the country has the natural expertise and the skill sets, and we need to focus on this. And they were very, very happy with the incentive that the government has given on this particular area, and they felt that this was the right move in the right direction. Next, please. That's all from our DPIIT session, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Manmeet. Now we move on to the second session by Social Justice, by Department of Justice. Mr. Pandey. I think you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it is audible. Yeah, maybe slightly. The volume has to be increased.
Excuse me, this is Piyush Goyal. I think there must be two systems which are working where Pandeyji is sitting. They'll have to switch off one system.
As Honorable Minister has said, I think in Justice, you have got two unmuted laptops which are connected to Zoom. Please keep only one on, otherwise echo will come.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Could you start, please? Or should we?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please keep Zoom on only on one machine. Don't log in with a phone or anything, otherwise echo will come. Can we go on to telecom, then we come back to justice? Somebody inform them on phone. Can we have group 4, please?
Yeah, I'm here, except I have to check whether I can share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir, and you are a co-host, you can share.
Yeah, let me try. I'll just because this is not something I was able to check before we.
In case of any assistance, we are there to help you.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see.
I'll try to make it full screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to everybody, to the honorable ministers, the secretaries and other dignitaries who are participating in this webinar. I'm going to report on the 4th session that was held in the breakout sessions. This is on ease of living using 5G use cases and the 5G use case labs that are proposed in the budget in para 73. So we all know 5G is already rolling out in the country in a very rapid way. In terms of sheer data rate, it is more than 10 times, probably even maybe 15 times that of what 4G could give us. But it's much more than that. Today, what we are seeing is only the increased data rate. It's like, just the new highways have been opened. People are just speeding along at the moment. But actually, 5G gives low latency links. This may also not have been rolled out yet across the country, but it's capable of that. And this low latency links, that latency here refers to the delay the data encounters in going from one point to the from the transcender to the receiver. These low latency links are what enables something called tactile internet. That is, if I move my hands here and do something, then that should result in a robotic machine at the other end doing the same thing. And if you can't do this, if the video feedback doesn't come quickly, otherwise, it will be completely, you will not be able to manage the machine. Similarly, there are a lot of interesting AR, VR, and other extended reality applications. The other thing about 5G is that it will connect not just the 1.x billion phones, but also probably 10 times or 15 times that number of machine type devices. Devices that are connected to cameras, to machines, to appliances, to wearables on people, and so on. In terms of the emergency services, we see moving beyond just push to talk, which we have today, where you can just touch an app and it'll inform the location of the emergency. It'll also inform the phone number. But this now you probably can have push to X. You can have cameras in that area being activated, reporting back on the scene, and so on. And the last thing, which is a little bit more subtle, is that the network is capable of providing virtual slices of the network, almost like private network, to important users, such as for critical infrastructure. You could imagine, for example, all the high tension and low tension transformers of an electric network in a state being completely connected and managed. But this is very, very important from a point of security, that it should probably have, virtually at least, a completely isolated network. So what one sees is that, unlike in 4G, even in 4G, India has probably shown what various things that you can do with an app like WhatsApp. WhatsApp was just meant for people to message to each other, but it's being used in India even in improving livelihoods. But in 5G, the scope is so immense that actually we need to open up for an explosion in apps. And in apps, I don't just mean software, it could also mean new machine type devices that are custom made for a particular application. We have a very innovative young population. India has atypical needs because of its huge diversity and therefore huge opportunity. There are thousands of yet unimagined apps for urban areas, rural areas, handling emergencies, livelihood enhancement, education, agriculture, manufacturing, transportation, tourism. And therefore, the budget has been very prescient in proposing 100 5G use case application labs to be started at various engineering colleges across the country, so that this innovative potential that is awaiting to be unleashed can be unleashed, and we can realize new solutions that will improve ease of living and, more importantly, I would think, ease of livelihood. Next. So we learned today, as a prelude, as a sort of you can say, as something for food for thought. There were about 200 plus participants today's meeting, healthy number. We learned today from a company called Superceuticals, which was the COO was Mr. Atman Jadon, about how 5G can be used to actually have a very sophisticated healthcare kiosk connected to a doctor remotely, how it can generate test results, lipid profile, all kinds of tests, which normally require you to go to a lab, which the doctor may need and ask for, and including bandwidth hungry tests such as radiology and so on. These are all potentially possible. And of course, it will store, manage, and retrieve patient data in a location independent manner. So we heard some details about how 5G connectivity, high bandwidth, low latency connectivity can actually probably make the eSanjeevani platform that the government already has much, much more versatile and powerful. From a company called Ajna Lens, COO is Mr. Abhijit Patil. We learned about how high-speed AR, VR technologies can be used to address the livelihood challenge of the country. So this is important. It's not just the lives, it's not just a nice messaging video, talking to each other, saying good morning, happy birthday, and so on. Actually affecting livelihoods. By using their immersive skilling simulators to provide hands-on training. I would call them more emulators. It's actually hands-on training in welding, hands-on training in any skilled activity. And in diverse domains, shop floor skills, in mining, because mining is a dangerous activity, in defense, in training soldiers. And you often need custom devices for this, which are very user-friendly and affordable. And this he showed how such devices can also be made in India. We also learned from a company, a global company called Pecel, represented here by Mr. Puneet Singh, who how a network of hyper-local weather stations with a lot of sensors in them, it's not just weather, can change the face of agriculture, basically through what is known globally as precision agriculture. You micromanage the irrigation, pest management, and so on, and the application of fertilizer. And this requires timely information from all the sensors that are deployed at the farm level. This is not at the level of a state or a district or a taluk, but at the farm level. So of course, then all brought to the cloud, analyzed, and then actions recommended. From a very different type of application, we have learned from Mrs. Shobhana Uday Shankar, the CEO of Inogul, how a local network of boat-based and buoyed sensors. So there are sensors on boats, fishing boats, and on buoys among the fishing boats. All of these are loaded with sensors. It can do many things for the fishermen. It can help fishermen locate and identify shoals. It can actually identify what type of fish they are, whether they want to catch them. It can ensure safety of fishermen amongst each, help each other with navigation alerts, low latency alarms. They don't have to wait for the Coast Guard to turn up, which could take several minutes, if not hours. It also collects data as they do all this from the ocean for long-term ocean modeling, not deep sea modeling, but surface modeling. And all of this can be connected to the cloud today via shore-based 5G network, provided they're not too far away into the sea. But in future, actually, 5G is also moving towards integration with satellite. It may happen in 3-4 years from now in 5G advanced. And then actually they'll be connected all the time. Finally, we learned today from two of our operators, telecom service providers are rolling out 5G at breakneck speed. From Jio, we learned how several use cases, which range from connected ambulances and remote healthcare units, rather like the one we got exposure to from the very first speaker. Online education, actually the skilling example is a more extreme form of online education. It really puts the technology through its paces. Agriculture, again, we saw that from another presenter, but including use of 5G controlled drones, which are in India, drones are becoming a very popular tool for in agriculture. And then animal husbandry, managing cows and so on, and many things more. Similarly, from Airtel, we learned how the combination of edge computing, which I didn't mention, but it's also a part of the 5G network. There'll be a large number over time. There'll be a large number of, you might call them mini data centers all over the network, so that any computing needs of an application of a user need not go all the way to large data centers at distant places, but actually they can be offloaded onto the local mini data centers. Computation can be done. The results can flow back to the user locally without congesting the whole network. And the huge, massive device connectivity and low latency that I already mentioned, how this will impact every vertical in our lives: tourism, transportation, manufacturing, security. Apart from the ones we discussed, healthcare, agriculture, education, and so on. In fact, he talked about Industry 4.0, sports viewing, even entertainment. How this can transform sports viewing, and that's a fairly big industry, generating employment for a lot of people. So we learned from these 6 speakers, we got a glimpse, so to speak, of what's possible. But all of this, what's possible cannot happen on its own, and that's why it's very important that we are setting up. It's not days too soon that we are setting up these 100 5G use case applications labs, supported directly by the union budget, not the need is so clearly identified by the government and by the Honorable Prime Minister. So it will enable innovators, grassroots innovators, to be a rural person, because only the innovators know a pressing need. We've seen agricultural solutions, we've seen healthcare solutions, but we've not seen a solution that's probably very pressing, that's needed, that's coming from, say, an ASHA worker or a farmer. It might actually bring forth completely unthought of solutions for unexpressed needs. And these could be life-changing. This could have livelihood enhancing. And this is a very timely catalyst, these 500 labs, to speed up our overall progress in this coming time of Amrit Kal. I think with that, I've summed up the session that we had. So the panelists also commented on the potential of these use case labs and said that, while they have, shown what can be done, but really this is the proverbial tip of the iceberg, and we really need to unleash the innovative potential of our particularly of our youth, across all sections of society. And we have to make these labs simple enough that the focus is on the application and not on the technology underlying 5G. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now we can move on to Department of Justice. Mr. Pandey.
I have to unshare, no?
Okay, yeah, please.
I'm trying to see how to do all that. I'm a little challenged. Just a second.
Yeah.
I think it's unshared, no? I don't know. Do I have to do any
It's
unsharing?
unshared, it's unshared, it's all right.
Yeah, it's unshared.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Please start, Justice. Second panel. Mr. Pandey, could you start, please? Mr. Pandey, are you here?
Just asking, please check up you seem to have been muted. Please check up.
Yes, Mr. Pandey, can you start, please?
Yeah, बताओ.
प्रशांत, आप कैसे?
LMS supporting, can we provide the speaking facility, please?
Already there, sir. He's dialing through NIC.
Okay.
Yeah, but in his name, why is Prashant present there? Yes, sir.
Justice has joined through NIC.
आप अपने उनको बोलिए वो जो सही लिंक जूम वाले लिंक पे ज्वाइन कीजिएगा, गलत
जूम वाले लिंक पे
हाँ, ये तो लूम के आपका ओल्ड है वो करना.
जूम लिंक पे ज्वाइन
all honorable ministers are waiting. So please tell them to immediately connect to the right link. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is audible now.
Are we audible now?
Yeah, it is audible. But you should use only one laptop and don't use any other device nearby. Please start now.
They may also be having speakers connected. That could be a problem.
Just laptop के इस पे use करके पांडे जी please शुरू करिए. Everybody is
No
waiting.
speakers should be connected.
Please unmute yourself, Mr. Pandey. You are a host also.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Is my voice coming?
It's coming. It's coming. Please carry on.
Yeah, is my voice coming now?
It is coming. Please carry on.
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Respected ministers, secretaries to Government of India, eminent speakers and other participants. Our budget announcement was as follows. Budget 23-24, for efficient administration of justice, phase 3 of the e-courts project will be launched with an outlay of 7,000 crore rupees. Now, given the mandate of holding the stakeholders conference today, we engaged with the stakeholders in our breakout session number 2. This was done under the chairmanship of Secretary Justice and also in the presence of all the members of the E-Committee as well as the Vice Chairperson of the E-Committee was present. We had 5 speakers in total and they were all eminent persons of their respective sphere. We had Mr. Suri Prakash, who's the Program Director of Daksh. Then we had Mr. Abhilash Malhotra, who's a Central Project Coordinator and who's coordinating the Virtual Court Initiative in the Delhi High Court. Then we had an eminent lawyer by the name of Mr. Joseph Pukat, who talked to us about the problems which the lawyer community is facing about the in the e-filing, etc. And then we had Mr. Chakit Swarup, who's the national project manager of the ICJS system. So because there is a component of integration with the ICJS as well. And the last speaker was Dr. Vivek Raghavan, who's the ex-chief product manager of UIDAI and who's also a hands-on person who is very, very well versed in the sphere of artificial intelligence. So based on that and also drawing upon the inputs that we received from the other stakeholders, we have prepared a small presentation. So the first slide basically is talking about the main features of the e-court phase 3, just for a quick recapitulation in front of all the honorable members who are present here. The main components of the e-Seva Kendras of the e-court phase 3 are the e-Seva Kendras, paperless courts, virtual courts, live streaming of court proceedings, digitization of the court records, expansion of e-filing, enhancement of VC infrastructure, online dispute resolution, latest technology use like artificial intelligence and blockchain, solar power facilities, hardware for newly set up courts, seamless integration with ICJS, migration of court websites to the SWAS system, cloud storage and peripherals, training and outreach campaigns, N-step facilities, ICT-enabled facility to the disabled, software development, judicial knowledge management, enhancing the bandwidth for connectivity, help desk for technical support, and e-office application for courts. Can we have the next slide, please? The stakeholder suggestions which we received in the breakout sessions have been summarized here. Automated serving of processes to be encouraged so that unnecessary delay in serving of summons and warrants can be avoided. There should be seamless data transmission of all the pillars of criminal justice system: courts, police, prisons, prosecution, and forensics. Judicial process reengineering is required to fully utilize the technological advancements. Easy access to information pertaining to judicial processes. Free sharing of APIs to the public. Sharing of APIs for research purposes with universities and educational institutions. Seamless translation of court orders and judgments in the vernacular languages. Then a single platform for accessing all justices, all services at one place. Transparency of public institutions to be encouraged. Ensuring robust security for the database to stop unauthorized access. High-speed connectivity to be ensured. Scope of AI to be used in the following areas: automatic listing of cases, judicial legal research tools, order and judgment drafting assistance tool, automated scrutiny, verification and notification of defects in fresh cases, clubbing of similar cases for better case management, file tracking system for better office management, and court management tools. Expansion of scope for virtual courts in areas like rent control, etc. Now, based on that, we have made out our action plan, which is so that we can take forward the gains which have been made as part of the e-court phase 2. DPR has been formulated by the e-committee. Interministerial consultation was done to take into account all the stakeholders' views. And right now, the approval of the e-court phase 3 is in an advanced stage. Rollout is planned from the month of April. It will comprise of setting up of a PMU, signing of tripartite agreement with between the government of the center and the state, as well as High Court, MOU with NIC as technical partner, setting up of regular coordination mechanism. And the e-committee, along with the Department of Justice, will frame the broad policy guidelines, while the High Courts will be the implementing agency in a decentralized mode. Software development will be on a core and peripheral model. SOP is being developed for digitization of court records. Centralized cloud infrastructure is being provided for. Standard SOP for e-filing has been made. Uniform infrastructure for virtual courts and paperless courts has been provided for. Procurement, maintenance, and upkeep of hardware is to be done by the High Courts itself. Now, we are just going to run through the main components along with the major implementation plan along with the milestones. The one major component is the e-Seva Kendra development, which is aimed at bridging the digital divide so as to provide these kind of technical as well as assistance services to the people who are not that tech savvy. This is a total of 4,400 court complexes planned, with the outcome of bridging the digital divide. This is spread over 4 years. Digitization of court records is another major component. Total pages being covered are 3108 crore pages. Outcome being digitizing paper-based processes and reducing the carbon footprint of courts. E-filing again is very, very important. It is targeted to be enhanced to 18,000 courts. Outcome is to be convenience of filing from anywhere, convenience of payment from anywhere, and saving of papers. Paperless courts are planned, total 1,000 in number. The outcome being improving time efficiency and convenience, reducing cost and saving paper and carbon footprints. The other components are virtual courts. Again, 1,100 courts are planned, which will have the outcome of providing services 24/7. Enhancement of VC infrastructure, because everybody is aware that the video conferencing was a successful tool in providing dispensation of justice during the COVID period. So we intend to carry forward with whatever achievements have been made at that time. Now it is planned to provide 10,200 VC equipment. Cloud storage is being planned, which is 25 petabyte centralized storage capacity, which will reduce the IT cost and enhance scalability and data security. This is our last slide, basically about the monitoring and evaluation part of it, because of course you will realize that any project implementation, the monitoring and the evaluation has a very important role to play in that. As per the instruction from Niti Aayog, project monitoring is to be done through the output outcome monitoring framework. Milestones have been set for financial and physical targets that some of it I shared with you all. There is quarterly monitoring by review of OMF portal online. A real-time dashboard is being developed so that the progress can be viewed daily on a real-time basis. And third term and mid-term evaluation is envisaged for course correction. Thank you so much. That is the end of my PowerPoint presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Department of Justice. Thank you for bringing out good suggestions and recommendations. I am sure we'll be taking those into account while we are doing our action plan as well as the monitoring plan for implementing budget announcements. Sir, with your permission, sir, I could begin for concluding remarks from honorable ministers. Sir, can I begin with honorable CIM?
Thank you. I think, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
I think you deserve to be complimented for organizing this post-budget webinar extremely professionally and with a very good lineup of speakers, and also all the 4 officers who gave us the session details for the breakout session need to be complimented for summarizing the ideas that came out quite well. I think the Prime Minister has institutionalized the webinar series over the last few years, and this truly helps us disseminate the budget to the common people, to stakeholders of different sections, and his own focus on implementation, time-bound delivery for whatever are our responsibilities, proper utilization of taxpayers' money. In some sense, such webinars will give confidence to the system that we are all aligned and the whole of the government stands behind Prime Minister Modi and Finance Minister Mrs. Sitaraman in achieving the outcomes that this foundational budget of the Amrit Kal has laid out before us. In fact, the Prime Minister's address this morning was truly inspirational. He brought out very well how this budget can be leveraged along with technology to truly make the lives of businesses and the lives of the common citizen much easier, much simpler, and much more easy in terms of meeting compliances, in terms of getting faster delivery of government services. The fact that he focused so much on Karma Yogi, which was also discussed in the first session on using technology for access. I think Karma Yogi is going to be a game changer. It's going to truly help us, all of us in government, to become more citizen-centric, update our own efforts through periodic feedback. I think everybody stressed on feedback from the people, from stakeholders, and the fact that now we are focusing on compliance cost along with ease of doing business or reducing compliance is another very, very important initiative. Very clearly, the country is set to go in the Amrit Kal. We are looking for the collective efforts of all stakeholders, government and the public at large, with businesses also working towards an aligned objective of making India a great place to do business in and an even greater place to live in. My best wishes to all of you as we work through the year in implementing the very, very noble objectives of this budget and fulfilling the vision and the aspirations of India and every Indian that have been set out in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very inspiring and concluding the whole thing in beautifully in a few sentences. I would now request Honorable Mate Ashwini Vaishnav, sir.
Thank you very much for organizing the entire post-budget webinar in such a nice way. I was listening to the suggestions which have come through. I think the suggestions are very valuable, and the whole focus of this exercise is to have a clear roadmap to implementation of the budget announcements. I think let's keep that focus on, and throughout the year, we should every quarter at least, if not every month, we should try and evaluate what our performance is vis-a-vis the announcements made in the budget. I think that's the way forward. So thank you very much to all the participants for your great contribution to this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think this is the most important, that while we are implementing, we should also monitor so that we should be able to do it in a time-bound manner, sir. I would now request Honorable Minister for Law and Justice, Shri Kiran Rijiju, sir. Honorable Minister for Law and Justice. I think servers had logged in, but maybe we can move on to Honorable MOS Personnel, Dr. Jitendra Singh, sir. Sir is there, actually. I think sir is there. Sir is unmuted. Honorable Minister for Law and Justice. Sir, you are muted.
Law and Justice.
Sir is muted. Not able to unmute. Just administrator, please look at. Sir, it's, I think yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you now, sir.
Actually, I'm not allowed to unmute. We have been trying to unmute, but it's been prevented. Anyway.
My apologies, sir.
I just quickly heard all the presentations and the very short observations made by Piyush ji and Ashwini ji. I have nothing much to comment as a Minister of Justice. I can only say that the excellent team has done justice to the task given by the Honorable Prime Minister and the expectations we all had. I think you have in a way exceeded the expectation. I'm extremely grateful for the hard work you have put in. I can just mention quickly that besides the suggestions which has come, all the important recommendations and the agreement which you have reached on, I would like to add that to make India a great destination, to make India an attractive destination for the global community, we have to have a system which should look trustworthy, which should be transparent, and which should be very, very efficient. So in the Ministry of Law and Justice, we have started many steps. Honorable Prime Minister has also given certain outline. You all know that government is the biggest litigant. And today, every matter goes to the court. Every decision of the government or every decision or dispute amongst the parties, they go to the court. And you all know the total pendency of the Indian courts are, reaching the figure of 5 crore. So it definitely doesn't give a good picture of our country. If everything is to be stalled in the court, everything is to be entangled in the judicial and legal process and legal problems, then definitely we are not going to generate any kind of confidence. Today, any important cabinet decisions or any CCS or in any forum, we see important decisions are taken and it gets stalled in the court. Everybody seeks justice, but sometimes in the name of seeking justice, we are doing injustice to the objective of the thing which we are doing. So we are looking for creating a robust judicial system we are working very closely with the E-Committee of the Supreme Court. I am personally in touch with all the high courts also. And also I'm seeing that the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, the arbitration, the mediation takes a proper shape so that, we can say that all the issues which are concerning the legal matter cannot become a hurdle to the India's growth story. Other issues, other points, there are so many points I don't want to touch upon because it is very well presented. I can just compliment the team that these recommendations which have come and the whole the team approach which you have shown today, if we can share this thing with all the stakeholders, because the total participations are limited. Of course, you were saying that the participation numbers are very encouraging, but still it is limited. If we can take along all other stakeholders who are not able to join us today, it will do wonders. Thank you very much for such a wonderful, steps you have taken and your inputs.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we'll share it with all the stakeholders, sir. We have a long list. Now I would request, with my apologies, sir, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS personnel, sir, for your comments, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I must appreciate the presentations that I was witness to in the last few minutes, and also the entire concept of having these post-budget webinars and sharing it with all these stakeholders. Now, when I've been called upon to talk about Mission Karmyogi, and that in the context of good governance, may I make an observation over here that the current practice that we are going through right now is itself a new practice introduced in the arena of governance. And that is in keeping with Prime Minister's, Mr. Modi's penchant for new experiments to develop new practices in governance with the optimum use of technology. And this post-budget exercise that is happening right now is yet another addition to the good practices in governance under the present regime. And it's also a reflection of Prime Minister Modi's governance model. And before I just take 2 minutes to talk about the technology-driven Mission Karmyogi, just permit me for a second to add that right from the beginning, Prime Minister Modi gave us a mantra: maximum governance, minimum government. Now, to sum up in a single sentence, what would it mean? Possibly it would mean a government that is a facilitator, but not an intimidator. And a governance whose ultimate aim or the goal is to ensure ease of living. And ease of living comes from increasing participation of the citizen and also increasing addressal or redressal of the citizen aspiration. And to that extent, I think this forms a case study because Prime Minister's governance model, as I've been often saying, if you see broadly, carries 3 hallmarks. A, it is a sustainable model of governance. At a time when we talk in the terms of sustainable goals, right from UNO till down, this is a sustainable model which has sustained for the last 22, 23 years as the longest surviving head of the government. And second, it has defied the principle of diminishing returns. Any model, however attractive, however acceptable, would gradually lose its sheen. It's not happened. In this case, the rating has gone up progressively with each passing day. And third, this is a governance which becomes more robust, more stronger whenever faced with a new challenge, whether it was the challenge of an earthquake in Gujarat or the challenge of a pandemic after Modi ji took over as Prime Minister. And therefore, this is a tried, successful model. And as Piyush Goyal ji was saying, also supplementary to the whole of government concept that has been sought to be introduced by Prime Minister Modi. And when we talk of Karma Yogi, Mission Karma Yogi per se, I think this is one of the largest, maybe world's largest civil services capacity building initiative ever conceptualized, ever envisaged directly with the idea coming from none less than Prime Minister himself. And broadly, it serves or addresses three aspects. It breaks the silos, A. B, it ensures democratization of the capacity building exercise, regardless of the level or the stature that you hold. And C, it is also a shift from rule to role. So you perform a role which is assigned to you, rather follow the rule book, fail in performing the role to the optimum extent. And therefore, this is also the Prime Minister's aspirational goal of ushering in the Amrit Kal golden era. Now, I got the mobile platform for the civil servants also make it possible for them to prepare themselves for whatever assignment is given to them, whether it's by panel, because you see a civil servant in Mussoorie is trained to exercise the writ of authority, Sarkar ka iqbal, and rightly so, because he has to command the department. But what happens is that suddenly when a secretary from agriculture is shifted to a health department, he has to appear to be then commanding over the health sector. And then to gain confidence and not appear to be pretending confidence, this is a handy tool which would give him the confidence and capacity to tell them, to also make it appear that he is capable of understanding the nuances of the department that he is dealing with, and also from time to time upgrading himself, modifying himself. And therefore, iGOT is a game changer. It's a very, very new and a technology-driven addition to the capacity building mechanism as they have existed over the years. I'm glad that iGOT is also collaborating with the various training institutes in the country, and it has also the provision of having self-assessment. So you could also rate yourself where you stand. And when we talk in the terms of the budget 2023, I think it's in keeping with the spirit of reaching the last mile, and also the green growth through multi-level technology-driven digital mechanisms. And now that training institutes, we are trying to involve more and more. Only last week, we also had I think for one of the first of its kind program, training for the science administrators, which was carried out by the Administrative Staff College of India in Hyderabad, a century-old college. And some of these states like Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh to begin with have also adopted it. I would use this platform to invite others also, because many have got connected to us, those of the training institutes or the states which have not yet become a part of this iGOT experiment. I would like them to invite them to be part of this. And I'm sure once they get into this, they would themselves realize the benefit and yearn to be more and more into this. So I'm not going to take more than this. I'm sure Mission Karma Yogi has been discussed throughout the day by different speakers in different facets. This is just a small bit I thought I would contribute. Thank you. Thank you for making me here.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving a detailed account of how Karma Yogi is going to actually enhance the capacity of government officers in executing projects, as well as also bringing out behavioral change in when they deal with the citizen-centric schemes and projects. Sir, I think I had seen Honorable MOS Somprakash, sir. Honorable MOS Somprakash, sir. Yeah, I think, sir, with this, we come to an end of today's session, sir. While I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude for Honorable Minister CIM, sir, Honorable Mate, Honorable Minister of Law and Justice, Honorable MOS personnel, and I had seen Honorable Minister Commerce and Industries, Honorable Minister of Finance. They have been attending the sessions in between and have been giving valuable guidelines and guidance. We'll take those into account. Simultaneously, sir, the kind of number which have connected with this webinar has been in thousands. So that itself shows the kind of interest in technology which affects all sections of society, and they have been connected right from CSC villages to towns and research institutions and the startups. I think that has been a good thing, and the suggestions which have been given by the speakers and the panelists, and the way moderators have been able to compile those many suggestions into beautifully very concrete and specific suggestions in a few slides. That is amazing, commendable, and I would like to congratulate and thank each one of them for this special assignment which they have done. With this, I would like to once again express my deep sense of gratitude to each one of you, and would like to thank you again. We will continue, take forward all these suggestions, make sure that they become part of our action plan and implementation plan. As the Honorable Prime Minister has said in the beginning, about how technology affects not only the businesses, common man, as well as the startups. Everybody is affected, and technology go together, and we should be able to ensure that whatever has been announced in the budget should be implemented, should have outcomes as has been defined and decided. I think we should take this forward. With this, once again, I would like to thank each one of you for having connected with us this whole day. Thank you so much. Thank you.